Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to episode 6 of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign. How is everyone doing in chat? I hope you're doing very, very well, because I know I am. I don't know how KP11 Studios is, but I'll ask him in a second. First, I want to say thank you for being here, everyone who's shown up for our stream. Thank you for supporting us and watching our show. We do all of this, for you all. So thank you. Thank you all of you who are watching us on YouTube as well. Thank you. You can support us if you like by letting your friends know that we are live. You can retweet our live tweet. You can just, let people know about us. You can also join our Discord and chat with us there. You can join our Patreon, which goes to help support the cast so that I can pay all these lovely people, and also our graphic designer. And you can also, like and subscribe and follow and all of that goodness. You can also give tips and bits, which also goes to help pay the cast. And we will read out any tips and bits messages at our intermission and end. And you can also spend the channel points, which we call extra credits, on giving our heroes a little bit extra, fate points. And they might need them. It is a possibility. So let me just put this in here so it's all... There we go. Yeah. So we had two of our fate points, our letters from home, claimed. And because I like to be official about this, we're going to slide over to the map screen, the map view, and we are going to make sure that quite officially these fate points are given. So I would like to thank Krellin and Voidsmoker for giving 2 fate points to our hero, who might need them, bringing us to a total of 4 fate points, 4 group fate points for the crew, who at the moment is only KP all by himself with no help. And he has 3 of his own, and I only have 1 per scene. But that's okay, because I can always get more, probably, maybe. We'll see. Is it pointing to... The Roll20 window is pointing to Gen Con? What, who, where?
I think so. The small window up top, I see like green card keep going.
Oh yeah, that's us.
Something. Oh, that is us. Okay, because I saw Glass and Gadget and others up. I'm seeing. Okay, now I see. Okay, for some reason I saw Glass and Gadget stuff earlier, and I was like, oh, hey!
No, that's just her.
I love them so much.
That's her.
Yeah, she's awesome.
Gloss and Gadgets is amazing, and you should all
I'll show it on break so I can freaking what's the word I'm looking for? Hype the F out of her.
Yes.
That her work is immaculate, and I have something from hers that I got and y'all, if you haven't seen it already.
Also, Volinar's Workshop says there's too much beer energy on this stream. Well, I'm going to take that as a compliment. So,
have you seen his mustache game though?
How about your mustache game?
This is me trying to reach you. If you can't tell, I'm just trying to butter you up.
Oh, cool. Well, I'm going to gift you with a friend who's come to visit you in your room.
Cry.
Oh. Who are you? Who are you? How are you? Who are you playing? And I have to ask my question, because, it's always important to ask a question. The question I would like to ask of you is, could you tell us something about Preetam's first crush?
Oh.
Yes. So who are you? Who are you playing? And could you tell us something about Preetam's first crush?
All right. Usually I have a little more time to think about this because everybody else has gone before me. This is interesting.
It's the madness of the solo.
Yeah, like I was telling you earlier, right? And I'm mentioning to everybody else, but this is my first ever solo game. Like, I've never had the opportunity to just have an entire episode to do this, so this is gonna be interesting. Anyways, okay, so hi, I'm KP, also known as KP11 Studios on your interwebs, and I play the good Dr. Preetam Singh, or also known as Prince Preetam Singh of Rajasthan. He is he's an actual royalty who has eschewed is that the word? Who
Yeah.
has kind of given up that side of his life and wanted to go more, a bit more mundane, became a doctor, Oxford trained, and he is here now as an SOE trained agent in France. And ooh, his first crush.
Mm-hmm.
I think like I would say it would probably be one of just, growing up in a royal environment. I'm sure he's, met many beautiful, you know, women and or beautiful people
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
throughout his life. So I would think that, during growing up, he probably has a crush at probably a young age. I'm gonna mirror this off of my own experience because so just like me, I would say the first ever crush he had was when he was in second grade,
Mm-hmm.
when he saw a young girl who, for some reason, he didn't quite understand these feelings, but for some reason, she kind of stood out a little bit more. I would say she's just a local, someone from another royal family,
Mm-hmm.
some kind of, not quite like, in the prince or like upper royalty category,
Yeah.
but what would be constituted as like the dukes or,
Yeah.
a duchess of some sort.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think he just kind of something about her kind of just attracted to him, but he was very awkward and never quite had any form of connection. And I would say that ended in a slight bit of trauma because something happened and basically he was embarrassed in front of his
Oh.
friends and colleagues and what he thought she would be the more kind and gentle type that would help him out.
Mm-hmm.
Turns out she joined them
Oh
instead and
no.
laughed along with them. So kind of just
Oh
ever since
no.
then kind of created a little bit of trauma. He's been very awkward. He doesn't really know how to
Mm-hmm.
really handle or a good conversation, and he's gotten better, I'm sure, like through his experiences he's
Mm-hmm.
been a bit better about it, but definitely not the Casablanca
Yeah.
type,
But it
right?
also sounds like, but I mean, you've also been studying a lot, right?
Yes.
Did you bury yourself in your schoolwork? And like, how was I'm just
I
asking
think,
about your social life a little bit.
yeah, I mean, I would think the way he approached his schoolwork was to more so prove to himself
Mm-hmm.
and prove to his family
Mm-hmm.
that he's not just a prince, that
Mm-hmm.
because to him that was a dead end, and
Yeah.
the most
Yeah.
he could possibly be with two older brothers is just an aide or some sort of a manager of a province of
Yeah.
some sort of the kingdom at the most. And he's not the type who really ever even wanted power. It was
Yeah.
more so, hey, I want to do and find my own thing
Yeah.
that I can shine at
Yeah.
and show that, hey, I'm capable beyond just
Yeah.
this,
Yeah.
and also very much a little bit rebellious because he hated the fact that, he was cookie cuttered or
Yeah.
boxed into this is what you're going to
Yeah.
be.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think he definitely, threw himself into his studies,
Mm-hmm.
that he didn't have as much time for social life. I mean, he's probably had like etiquette training
Yes, of
growing
course.
up,
Yeah.
and obviously being forced into these gatherings, royal gatherings and
Yeah.
such. He's had that opportunity to interact with
Yeah.
people.
But
But
that's
once
also
he
not
made it,
relaxed.
yeah. But I think like through his studies, he's made a lot of friends
Yeah.
as through his peers,
Yeah.
like fellow peers that
Yeah.
he got a chance to interact with,
Mm-hmm.
who are like-minded, who
Mm-hmm.
are in that same track as him. So definitely, I think he has friends.
Mm.
He probably also has additional crushes throughout
Yeah.
that time, but he just never really followed through, I would say. At the most, maybe like an initial date that didn't quite pan out, one or two of those.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I would say that's where he's at.
Okay. I'm very excited by all this information, which I will not at all use against you.
Never, Trooper never uses any
Never.
of this against us.
Never. No.
Why would he do that?
I would never do that because that would be like just too exciting. So maybe I would. So let's see. When we last left off, our dear prince, if I recall correctly, it was New Year's Eve, Christmas Eve, the night before, when you were visiting with your friends, who are also your colleagues, and a mother-in-law who showed up, who could, well, just ruin everything, shows up, and you are told to escort her to a radio station to go and meet up with her son, who's not really her son. And in the process, she's assassinated right in front of your face. And you participate in that assassination by getting in her way so that she couldn't get out of the way of this assassination attempt. And that was traumatic. You went home. You were very upset. Well, actually, no. You got interrogated by the SS first. That happened first, so that was quite upsetting. You go home. You try to take a bath. Well, you try to sleep. Doesn't work. You can't sleep. You try to take a bath. Then there's like shooting in the streets and people are being rounded up, so that doesn't help. You do your very best to try to help people, make yourself known in the neighborhood by using your metaskill to try to help people who've been sort of hit or beaten. You give an apology to a man who was killed and his body just left in the streets. And after all of that, you end up going to your friend's apartment, their house in their suite in the big hotel, and you just try to go to sleep while you're there. They wake you up. You just do not get that sleep. You get a letter from Nicoletta saying that she wants to speak with you. You send a letter back, but the rest of them leave, and you decide to sleep. You go into one of the guest bedrooms. You go to sleep. Oscar locks you into that room, slides the key underneath the door so that you are safe and sound inside of their apartment. No problems at all. And this, of course, being the next day on Christmas Day. And you had some sleeping medication. So you're about ready to conk out. You're about ready to clear all of that mental stress, which all of your mental stress is. Fill up at the moment. And you aren't asleep for that long when there's a knock at the door, which you don't hear. And then another knock at the door, which you sort of maybe hear, but you really want to get that sleep in. And the next thing you know, there's a hand on your shoulder. And in front of you is Nicoletta, dressed as a maid so that she's not recognizable to people who might know her well, but you smell the perfume, that jasmine perfume that was on the letter that she sent you. And she is sitting on the bed that you're sleeping on. Well, we're sleeping on. And she's got like a red mark on her cheek as if she's been struck. And she looks distressed. And she is peering in your eyes as she begins to sort of shake you awake. And at that moment, we will open our curtains. And I will ask you, what do you do?
I would imagine, considering how tired and also medicated he is, he's just very groggy, and he's a little lethargic, very slow to react, and almost it feels like I can't tell if I'm still sleeping. Is this a dream? What's going on? It's kind of like that. I don't know if this has ever happened, but this has happened to me. In that, like those Tylenol PM tablets, it says on the recommendation to take 2 of those. Don't take 2 of those. It is an overkill. I took 2 of those, and I remember one night waking up, trying to go to the bathroom after I took it. And the next thing I know, I'm on the floor, and I'm wondering how the hell I got on the floor. So I feel like that is where he is at in that sense. So he's just, honestly, I don't know if he'll be able to really formulate a word or any sort of coherent sentence just yet. He's just processing.
One of our mods, Rissa, who's lovely, just wanted to point out that you are wearing your pajamas and a bathrobe and slippers.
There's no pajama. He's just bathrobes.
Just your bathrobe.
Literally just bathrobes.
Just bathrobes. All
he had the chance or time.
Oh, that's because bathtub. So
yeah.
You're
because he ran out of that bathtub wearing his bathrobes and then jumped right immediately out to the streets.
So my good, basically naked friend with a bathrobe on, somewhat groggily and incoherent, and this woman is there ahead of you. she still has these sort of like piercing blue eyes, but
Scary.
I mean, she is good looking, but she's sort of shaking you, and you're not particularly coherent, and she seems concerned. She seems worried, and like her words are like maybe from underwater.
Yeah, and I'm gonna ask, like, I think the first thing he probably says is just like, water, please.
And she nods quickly, and she sort of gets up and she sort of glides across the room, all grace, and she sort of comes back with a glass of water, because I remember they had left a pitcher there in the room for you, and she sort of hands you this glass of water, again with this very concerned look, and you can
And you
hear
can
her.
see, yeah, you can definitely see his like hands are having a hard time holding the glass. Like the grip is not as so like he kind of holds it, cups it both hands, and kind of just shakily like just sips it down.
And with such care, she sort of sits beside you, and she helps you with the glass of water, as someone who is kind and gentle would do.
And finally, after he drinks, it kind of just, you see him just trying to wake up and kind of power through. Like I would assume that because it hasn't been that long into him actually taking and going to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
It hasn't peaked yet.
Yeah, that's right. You know, when you wake up because you haven't finished a cycle, right? And that's that kind of terrible grogginess that you have.
And so he kind of just, and finally kind of just, you see him like constantly blink and squint, and he goes, I don't think I'm not sure if he instantly recognizes her. But you see him like slowly gain that recognition.
Oh, you're right. Doctor.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just
has something happened to you?
No, just sleepy. I've taken medication to fall asleep, and I'm just am I? What? And he kind of just tries to take into account, like he's wondering if he's actually still in his room, and where actually is he still, because it's still like he's just like.
What color is your bathrobe?
Oh, that's a good question. I would say it's definitely a silk bathrobe that is maybe burgundy in color. A little burgundy with some gold lining and gold trimmings. Very much, it is something a bit more fit for a prince.
Yeah,
a bit royal, a bit nice looking. Definitely a bathrobe, but it's not like one of those like fluffy types. It's definitely like a silken bathrobe. I keep wanting to say bath because I will have that accent in my mind, and I love it.
That is a very thin bit of covering to be out in those deep coldness. Just going to note it. And she looks at you with such concern, and she sort of notices some of the blood stains on the collar, on the cuff of your bathrobe. And she sort of touches it. She's, have you been hurt, or is there anything I can do?
Not me. Do not be concerned. That was more of just, I had some unforeseen medical things I needed to take care of for other people, and it's probably from that. It's just nothing. May I ask what I owe this pleasure of tonight, of your presence tonight, madam?
Oh, it's not been that long. It's not even lunch yet.
Are we? Is it the next day? Is it already the 26th?
No, it's the 25th. It's Christmas Day. Sort of late morning.
Okay. Did you not get my letter?
No. Now, you only actually had it sent off not that long ago, right?
Yeah.
You dropped it off, and then you went to go to sleep, and she is currently now here. She's no. Did you send me one in return? I was not at home.
Yeah, I was just hoping, if it was not too urgent, to perhaps meet tomorrow and allow me some time to. Fortunately, I did not have any rest last night, and not much rest today. So I was thinking before I wanted to be more presentable rather than. And then that's when he kind of probably notices the bathrobe, and it's definitely like in him like rolling around. It's a little bit more opened up, so he just like Oh,
Uh,
a bit more decent. I'm sorry.
no,
I
listen.
apologize for my presentation.
No, it looks like you've been through something terrible as trauma. Listen, why don't I make you a cup of tea? Perhaps something to eat. I'm sure there's some sort of food here. And then,
You don't have to.
no,
That's.
of course I would want to. I'm a little bit worried about you, Doctor. I came here because I needed your help, but it seems as if perhaps you might need mine.
uh, he's kind of like he's still kind of fighting through the sleep, so I don't think he really has much of it. He just smiles and nods.
I will take care of you. Just stay right here. And she goes off, and you can hear her go off into the kitchen. And you can hear her sort of moving around in the kitchen in some sort of a way as you are alone in this guest bedroom of this huge suite, hearing the sounds of this woman just a few rooms away.
Yeah, and I want to say that at some point he realizes the weirdness of the situation, but actually registers it just yet, simply because of just well, her kindness kind of threw him off a little bit. So I don't think he kind of, he's definitely not used to people that have multiple agendas or have, multiple faces.
Yeah.
And so for him, he just was like, okay, this is a little weird, but she seems nice. I don't feel like I'm in danger. So he's just, you just seem kind of like relax. He grabs some of the water. I'm sure there's some remaining, and kind of just pours it in his hand and kind of just like pats it down on his face, trying to wake himself up. Like he honestly probably doesn't even remember too much going into this bedroom even. So he kind of gets out, puts on his slippers, and kind of just shuffles out. Tries to like at least get some activity in to hopefully maybe that will kind of make him a bit more alert.
And when you come out, she smiles, and you see her, and she's sort of making basically like a small little plate with a croissant and like some butter and jam, like a nice sort of good breakfast for you, and like a nice cup of tea, which she brings over and she puts it on the table of the suite that belongs to Regina and Oscar, and she sort of pulls out a chair for you.
And he can just thank you. You're far too kind.
Oh, well, you have to keep up your spirits. What you do is very important. She would like to create an advantage. She's going to use her rapport, and she would just like to create an advantage on you. She will be rolling that rapport. She's just being kind. She rolls a great.
Of course she does.
Which is, yes.
Do you want me to contest it?
I mean, it's up to you if you'd like.
Because I think like, oh man, I don't even know if he's in the position to contest it, but I feel like even then, just the situation and how it is would still kind of make him feel a little alert, a little apprehensive of what's going on. Like, okay, no, and then I probably at this point he realizes like no one else is here. It's just
true.
him.
You're by yourself. There's nobody else in this suite at all.
Yeah,
and you don't know when they left.
Exactly. So I think
you know that Regina was gone. She'd left early, but when you went to sleep, Frida and Oscar were still here.
Right. And then I'm sure at this point his conversation with Oscar kind of starts coming through about, who he's dealing with.
Yeah. That she's dangerous and horrible. And Regina said the same thing, but but she has an advantage that she hopes to put on you that might make you think otherwise.
Right. So I think in this situation that's gonna come through though, so that might help him try to contest this. So we shall see if I can, and I cannot.
Well, she beats you by 2, which is enough for just one little advantage. And this will be on you, and it will be that you find her, she wants you to think of her as kind, and like a kind, sort of honest sort of person. She wants you to think well of her.
Yeah, I think so. I think he kind of just, rather than like more.
Yeah.
I don't. It's more of like, she's not too bad.
Yeah.
No, I don't see it yet.
Yes. We'll call it Nicoletta seems
Misunderstood.
misunderstood. I love it, because that is exactly how one might think. So there's a free invoke for her, as she sort of smiles at you, and she watches you. She watches you eat. She herself doesn't seem to be eating or drinking anything. She still seems a tad distressed, but she's trying to sort of do her very best to help you as much as possible, because clearly you also have had some sort of difficulty. You've been medicated, and she's watching you, looking a little nervous. You're not quite certain about what.
Yeah.
As she watches you.
And I kind of just look up and he's like, would you mind? Would you like to join?
Oh, I've been so upset. I don't know if I don't know if I can. My
And I think at
so
this point
nervous.
he might notice the mark on her face, and he kind of just like immediately there's a sense of like, I think that probably kind of makes him more alert, because now he's in doctor mode, he is in medical mode, and he sees that, and he kind of just comes up and without even thinking kind of just looks at her and like, you know, gently touches her face and kind of turns. He goes, you've been physically hit. Are you okay? And then that it kind of just realizes like, oh, it kind of pulls back. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to intrude. I noticed. Are you okay?
And she takes your hand with hers, the one that had touched her cheek, and she just kind of squeezes it lightly, and she says, physically, I'm more or less all right. I was hoping that we could go somewhere safer.
Safe? I mean, this is quite safe. We have guards outside.
No, but I'm just worried is all. I mean, I suppose this might be safer. No one knows I'm here. My husband doesn't know I'm here. But
I feel like he would pick up on that, the fact that you mentioned that specifically. And he goes, dude, are you hiding from him?
Doctor, I'm afraid that Holgar and Regina might come at any time, and we have such a complicated relationship. Although Holgar I saved his life, and he saved, well, I hope that he saved mine. I'm not certain. But I would be worried if they walked in on us, so...
They're good people, and I'm sure whatever misunderstandings you have, I can explain. I mean, like I said, this is probably safer than any, and what I mean, if you're not comfortable, I can offer my clinic, but I cannot say with everything that has been happening on the streets tonight that any other place is more safer than here.
And we can't go back to my home. That would be far too dangerous. That place isn't safe.
Even just walking the streets right now, I cannot guarantee. So, perhaps if this cannot wait, you can quickly let me know what it is that you need me for, and then I can give you. I don't even know. Just you know, I would say at least until they are here, we can provide some comfort and safety, and then find out or have time to figure out where we can go next.
All right. And she kind of touches the bruise on her cheek. Just, it's a little tender.
And he goes, let me get something for that. And then he kind of goes into his pouch and kind of pulls out an ointment to kind of rub on there. So aside from a bruising, is there any other like cuts or anything else of that nature?
That would be a discover action.
Please
roll medicine.
Okay. And based off of that, like, how would I be able to? Oh, that's a good. Yay! Thank you. Roll 20. I appreciate you actually being on my side a little.
I'm going to roll her roll, but I'm not going to roll her actual skill, so you don't know what skill she's rolling. To defend against this, she rolls a superb.
I can't.
Would you like? You have a very good medicine, if I remember correctly. Would you like to re-roll?
It's my second most. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. I would.
Or the other option would be to spend fate points to just bump it up by 2. Like you can either do a reroll for a fate point or spend a fate point for a +2.
I think I'd like to reroll simply because even if I do a +2, it will just match her. It wouldn't. I mean, I don't know how that would help me.
Well, with a match, you get to ask a question at a minor cost.
Okay. I'll do the fate point. I think I'll do the fate point. Actually, then.
Which aspect?
Using my I'm an Oxford trained doctor. Damn it.
You are. This is true. Now. What is your? Actually, I have that written down because I have written down all of your stunts.
Okay.
Yes. Oh yeah. Yep. I see it.
Uh-oh.
No, it's good. I believe you also have another. You have after this episode, you're going to get a new stunt. Sever. Sorry, go ahead. This episode, you're going to get a free stunt. I'm very excited.
Oh, okay. Ooh.
It's your solo episode bonus.
Oh, wait, which one is this?
You don't have it yet, but you're going to get one at the end of the episode.
Okay. Got it. All right. So yeah, I dropped a fate point, so that puts me at a 5.
And so do you want to just tie or do you want to re-roll?
I'm gonna tie it.
So you may ask a question for a minor cost, and I think the minor cost should be, let's see. The minor cost will be that you get partial information for the question that you ask. So what would you like to ask?
I'm more asking you rather than her.
Yes, no. And you can ask me out of character, but like it's like, what is your character trying to figure out? And I will answer.
I think just like the nature of this, like how like is this blunt force trauma? Is this something that was done by, an object, a hand? What could have been the cause of this?
Great question. So when you look at this and you see it, you would say that this was done by a blunt object with a decent amount of force, but not a lot. It could have been like, it's possible, like on one hand, it looked like it could have been like a backhand, but you don't think so. You think it was more likely that she was hit with something probably round or cylindrical, like maybe a can or something like that. Like you don't really see any, there's no like sort of sharp lines in the bruise. It's just like a nice little small one right up here. I would say on her right cheek, right there, sort of hit the cheekbone. You feel like it is something that is painful enough. The hit was probably painful, but it's not a kind of a thing that would, it's probably not going to bruise. Maybe very light bruising that can probably be covered up with makeup fairly easily once the swelling goes down. Nothing very, very serious, but she did take a blow. Like she did get hit. What you cannot determine, like, so you figure that point out. She doesn't seem to have any other injuries.
Right. And I think he would ask her, like, are you injured anywhere else? Is it just this?
Yes. Now, I will say this, though, because you're looking at her injuries. So you get partial. So there's like, you can't tell all the things about that wound, but you can also tell, and this is quite subtle, and you notice it because you're looking at her cheek. There's just the slightest hint of dark circles under the eyes that are clearly covered up with makeup. You would assess that she probably has not been sleeping well, or that she's stressed in some kind of a way, that there is something like that. The hit was very recent. Like, it wasn't very long ago. It did not happen long ago at all.
Right. That would be a good thing to determine as well.
Yes, like it's not been, it's fairly recent, but you do see some evidence that she has been somewhat underslept and perhaps a bit stressed out, but that information is being hidden from you, if that makes any sense, right? Like, she is
not divulging the fact that she hasn't been sleeping, or
because that does not make her look beautiful, and right, so that she is sort of keeping that kind of tiredness is being kept from the world under her makeup.
Okay. So yeah, I think at that point he looks at me and goes, well, at least it doesn't look anything permanent, or if the ointment should help with some of the swelling and the pain. And I feel just with a couple days of rest, a couple days of just healing, it will be all right. Possibly also, as you could probably tell already, a little bit of makeup, and I don't think anybody would even notice.
Thank you.
Of course. How about, and then as to help her relax, he goes, I know you don't have an appetite, but perhaps just some tea to calm the nerves. I feel like that would just help a little as a doctor.
All right. As my doctor, I will follow your instructions.
Always good to have a compliant patient.
And she sort of gets up and she goes to where that she's left the tea. And as she does, she just sort of brushes by you lightly. She barely touches you, not with her hands, but just as she passes by, like her shoulder just slightly sweeps, barely touching you. She goes to get this cup of tea, and she pours this cup of tea, and she comes and she sits back down. Well, I suppose if it is important, we can talk here, but we should probably be brief in case they return.
I understand. So how can I help you, madame? I mean, beyond being a doctor, I don't know what more I can do for you, but whatever is in my power, I will do my best.
I came here, I wanted to meet with you originally for a different reason, but now I'm not certain because of something else that has happened. Well, maybe I don't have to worry. I shouldn't say any of that. It's not important, I suppose. I originally wanted to see you because I know that you are a doctor who specializes in maternity.
That is my original practice, yes.
I know it's been the things that you've done and you've helped with. Frau Engel, people have spoken about you and your aid of her.
Who is this by? I didn't catch that.
Frida Engel.
Frida, yes. The nightingale, yes.
Yes. I have some trouble that I thought I might. I'm sorry. And she puts her hand on your forearm. Can I trust you?
Of course. Doctor-patient confidentiality.
All right. Maybe I should start with the other thing instead of the thing I wanted to speak to you about. Perhaps I should speak to you about the thing I don't want to speak with you about.
Whatever whatever you're comfortable with.
You know Holgar well?
I mean, we are acquaintances. We have barely had much time to actually connect, but we are co-workers.
Yes, in the propaganda department.
Yes, he has introduced me. He's been very gentle, very kind, and has been introducing me and making me feel quite welcomed. So yes, it's been well.
I've known him for many years myself,
Oh,
as I have known Regina for many years. As a matter of fact, I was the one who convinced him to ask her to marry him.
so you're the matchmaker.
Behind the scenes. You know, she is so we've had a long history, she and I feel bad for some of the things that have happened in the past, and I tried to make it up in my own way. But she's had a hard life, Regina. And she can be cold and hard. But I know that underneath all of that there's a sentimental heart. But I fear that she will never forgive me for, well, things I shouldn't say because she wouldn't want me to. We were once dear friends in college, and we grew apart. And I don't think she has ever forgiven me for marrying my husband and growing distant as I did. But I always thought of her as a very dear friend, and I regretted that she was so angry at me for leaving our friendship. It's difficult to lose my very best friend as I did. Again. It's been very lonely. My husband used to travel before he got this position. I would be stuck in Berlin by myself for months at a time, half a year, sometimes longer, and he would be away doing who knows what he does. And all that time when I was alone in my large home, wasn't mine, it was his, I didn't have my friend. I just had people who didn't care about me. She barely speaks to me now. And Holgar, I've always trusted him, but I don't know, he seems so distant. You can't imagine how difficult it's been. And, Doctor, do you trust what Holgar says is true? He told me something very disturbing that I have a very hard time believing. It's hard for me to believe what he said is true, but after what happened this morning, he might not have been lying to me.
I'm not quite certain what it is you're alluding to, madame. I don't think I've had the opportunity to really even have a conversation with Olga about anything beyond just work.
Can I tell you something very serious?
If you trust me, then yes.
Holgar. And if you don't believe me, if you think I'm lying, you can ask him. Holgar told me something about my husband. Something I couldn't believe, but something I fear might be true.
he kind of just he just nods and kind of almost gestures as to, if I can help. Not if I can help. He goes, um, I'm not aware, but if you're comfortable mentioning what it is.
And she puts her hand on yours again, concerned, worried.
He definitely notices these, by the way. For someone who doesn't really have a lot of female contact, he's just every touch is like a woo, alert.
And she says, Hogar told me that my husband murders people, women, and...
Question, does Preetam already know this? I feel like I don't know if he ever had a conversation. But...
I do know that I know that the group has talked about this because Frida found the body and told you about that at the party. And I am certain they have talked about the fact that they think that it is him who's doing it. Yeah.
Okay. He does try to play it off as if though this is news, though. He doesn't really want, or Preetam at least tries not to look like he already knows or anything like that. But he kind of just, those strong accusations. Have you considered talking to the police about this?
How can I? She's going to make an attack against you. It's rapport.
Okay.
Her rapport is superb. She rolls an epic, which is a 7. Could you defend?
Fuck. Probably not.
There is a stunt that is related. So you can roll will to defend yourself from this.
Yes, I will do that. All right, I'll do will. Submit. Tonight is gonna go great.
So let's talk about that. She's beating you by 5 right now, which means you have to soak 5 shifts because this is an attack.
Of what?
It's mental, which means this is definitely not physical.
Fucked.
So let's talk about your options here. Since you have no stress left because you have not been able to actually sleep at all, well, you keep getting woken up, that's going to be a severe consequence, which is your 6th slot because that is what you have open. The question I'd like to ask you is, would you like to re-roll? Would you like to spend some fate points? What would you like to do about the fact that she's sitting there and she says to you that her husband may be a murderer, and you said, did you ask the police? And she looks and she says, I'm frightened of him. If I do anything, if I say anything, he might kill me. Doctor, I need your help. And she places her hand on your shoulder, and it trembles just a little bit as she places it, and you can see tears well up in her eyes as she has this look of fear. And she looks vulnerable, and you can tell that her health has suffered greatly from these concerns she has about her husband. You imagine she's probably not sleeping, and she seems very distressed and very vulnerable. And she seems as if she's not safe, and she doesn't feel safe. At least that's where it is right now with her beating you by 5.
Yeah. I honestly, I think just because of where he's at, the state he's in, I don't think he has the mental capacity right now, or the mental fortitude right now to be able to resist any of this. He's still fighting the sleep medication. He's tired as hell, and what to him at this moment looks like a very vulnerable, innocent, and harmless woman.
It's true.
Is asking for his help, and to him as a doctor, and as someone who is an empath, I don't think he has any way to defend against this. So I will.
Before you take it, I'm just gonna remind you, Um, severe consequences clear in about 2 months.
Joy.
Mild, 2 days. Major, 2 weeks. Severe, 2 months. So we're talking about some kind of emotional consequence that she would like you to have based on how beautiful and vulnerable she is, that you will have to sit with for about 2 months if we leave it as it is right now.
I think he's going to be a little enraptured.
Yep.
Knowing who he is.
Yep.
And his experiences all along. This is probably the first time in his life where a woman, especially a woman as drop dead stunning as her, has kind of approached him and asked basically to protect her. And so as someone who is a doctor, who is a prince, who kind of grew up with this mindset of being the protector, but not quite ever living up to it, he definitely is affected.
Yep.
And to him, he has now some sort of level up. And on top of the fact that just recently a person who came to him asking for his protection, which was the mother-in-law, or he thought was under his protection, died in front of him. He is very adamant on not having another soul have that happen to, unless, obviously if they deserve it. But even then, being the empathy is, he can't. So he, and you said she's still sitting in front of him, right?
Yes, she is. Please take the severe consequence enraptured with Nicoletta. And she has 1 free invoke on that. And that is your severe consequence.
Yep.
And you can see her. She seems like, when you start the party, she seems so large and grand, and she seems so much smaller and frightened at this moment. And you do know that people in your group do think that he is a serial killer who murders people, including perhaps one of the prostitutes at the brothel that you went to earlier. Like when you first arrived, one of them was missing, and so there's this sort of concern about her husband's violence, and she also seems concerned about it in this moment. And she looks at you and she says, "May I be completely honest with you?" And by the way, she's passing, because we are in a conflict, she's passing this to you so that you can take the next roll towards her as you wish. And she says, "May I be completely honest with you? What I'm about to say I hope it doesn't surprise you."
Please feel free.
I know how close you are with Regina and Holgar, and also Frida. You may not know this, but they were going to be killed in Berlin at a party I was at. I overheard Frida's husband speaking with some high official in the SS and wanting this beautiful jazz singer to be taken in and murdered for the way that they insulted Goebbels, and I told Holgar.
Does she actually slip like this, or
she does? Would you like to? Is this a role you'd like to make, or are you just asking me?
I'm just, as a player right now, asking.
As a player, that's what she says.
Oh,
as she said, and I told him.
I think that is definitely going to alert Preetam. It is something that he's just like, I mean, I don't know if he'll I don't know if he'll have an external reaction, but it is definitely a flag that has gone up.
Mm-hmm. And she says, I warned him about the impending attack so that he could escape.
That's very noble and kind of you.
He...
And brave.
Well, I knew him. I've known him a long time. And, Doctor, I assume, at least I hope I'm not... And she looks a little frightened now of you, perhaps, as if you could be a danger to her. I hope I've not placed my trust in you incorrectly. What I'm about to say could get me killed. Or get someone else killed, and I hope I'm right, and that I've judged your character well.
I can promise you, madame, that I mean you no harm. And whatever you wish, and whatever amount of trust you wish to place in me, I will do my utmost to uphold.
Oscar was an actor in college. We went to university together. He was brilliant in Midsummer Night's Dream. He played Puck, and we were in similar circles. I think I might have introduced Regina to him at one party once. I always found him fun. And then he sort of joined, the SS. And I hadn't seen Regina in so long, and when I saw them again, Regina wasn't there. In Berlin, I knew that something was wrong. He shouldn't have been there pretending to be some sort of, I don't know, roadie. But I kept his secret, and I...
Kept whose secret?
Oscar's.
You keep mentioning this Oscar. I'm not quite certain who that is, madam.
Don't worry. Perhaps I was wrong, and you are not safe.
I'm not.
I was just...
And you can definitely tell, like, Preetam is like I'm not you as in like her, but like he's definitely like trying to look confused and like maybe perhaps I'll understand. Please, if you are comfortable, continue with the story.
Well,
I'm sorry for just cutting in.
No, it's just that I have been working very hard for quite some time now to keep Regina and Holgar safe. From my husband, from others who might not. They are... I don't want any harm to come to them, and so I've kept their secrets all this time, and yet they still don't trust me. But
sometimes we can do our best for someone, and if they don't recognize it, or if it is not apparent, perhaps they just don't know what it is you have done. The most we can ever hope for is constantly wanting to do the best for others, and whether they appreciate it or whether there's any form of return, that is external. That is beyond our control, is it not?
It is. But I'm trying to understand if perhaps you might be... I don't know how to say this. Dearer colleagues than one might think. If so, you have to know that my husband is someone I can't just leave. He's powerful and he's dangerous, and I'm afraid of him. And if what Holgar has said is true, I don't know how safe I am. And Doctor, I have no one else to turn to. I'm in a new city where the only people I know are wives of my husband's colleagues, and my dearest friend Regina won't speak to me. She's been cruel. I think she doesn't understand who I am now, in this moment, and my husband has been angry with me for a while. Very angry. Sometimes I...
May I ask why? What is? If you don't mind, I don't mean to pry into your personal matters, but if you're willing to divulge, could I ask why you have a conflict with your husband, especially considering you've done so much to keep him away from the limelight, even if, these accusations, I wouldn't imagine. I mean, regardless, I'm not saying you're intentionally doing this, but at least for your own safety, you have been keeping this hush hush in what he has been up to. And
is this a rapport attack against her?
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, why not?
Is it?
What else can I possibly do?
Because I imagine not provoking, so I imagine it's a good rapport. Please.
Okay.
All right. She will roll her will to see how she does.
I'm not.
It's a tie, which you have some choices. You can get a boost, like a +2 bonus for your next action, or you can spend a fate point. It's up to you.
I will do a fate point, and I'll drop a fate point to increase that to a 5.
What are you spending on that?
Oh, right. Well, why not? Disarmingly charming and endearing.
Indeed, yes. She will take 2 stress, is what she will do.
Yeah, because this entire time, the thing is, like, he, that's what who he is. He's very innocent. He's very much in the sense of, like, that next door boy, very innocent looking, very easy to get along with, someone who doesn't mean like that puppy dog eyes kind of a feel. And obviously that's his intent too. It's not like he's two-faced, so it kind of through from his soul is what it exudes. And so I feel like that would be what would disarm her enough to want to divulge, or at least trust him.
And she takes that 2 stress. And she looks at you, and she says, I do feel like I can trust you. You seem honest and kind. My husband wants children very badly, and he blames me that we've never had any. He... is getting increasingly angry about this, and I think there may be something wrong with him, physically, because we can't have children, or we haven't. But it looks bad for his career that we have no children, and he's just getting angrier and angrier with me, and I know that you're a specialist in this, and I originally came to speak with you because I thought, in this city, there are so many women who must give up their babies, and I would love to adopt, if you could. Secretly, discreetly, of course. Everyone would have to think that it were mine, but if there were such an opportunity, it might keep him from killing me.
That is wow. I think at that point, he definitely feels a little, very compassionate, and he shows that. He goes, I will do my best in whatever capacity I can to help.
I could give a child a wonderful home, but Doctor, That's what I originally came to see you for. To maybe see if you could aid me in this. But since I've been here, and I've been thinking my husband, and she just kind of touches her cheek. And a tear comes down her eye. I feel very much alone, and I feel unsafe, and my husband is so dangerous, and she begins to cry, and she kind of just leans a little bit closer to you as she sort of hunches over, as tears run down her face.
You definitely, Preetam kind of very much hesitates, but you see him kind of just tap her gently on the shoulder and kind of, give her, a rub, a little gingerly, just because he doesn't know how she would react, and also if he doesn't know if this is proper etiquette. But he kind of does that, and then he goes, Madame, I don't know if a child would help you in this situation that you're in. If anything, all it will do is endanger you and the child further.
And she looks up at you with tears in her eyes streaming down her face, and there's this little tremble in her shoulders. And you can see the makeup is sort of smudging. You can see the dark circles under her eyes. And she looks up at you, so close to your face. She just kind of brings her head up from your chest. And she says, but what can I do? He's so dangerous and I'm so afraid. Could you... And she's going to make her rapport roll, another attack, because it is her turn. She's going to roll right now. Right now she's going to roll rapport.
Okay.
As an attack at this moment. She does get a +2.
Of course she does.
Because she has a stunt called Moths to a Flame. When she is rolling her rapport attack using seduction, she gets a +2. She rolls an 8 as she leans just a little closer to you. Her breath, you can feel the breath against like your beard. It tickles just a little bit, and you can smell her perfume as she looks deep in your eyes with this look of love, and she clearly needs help. And this is going to be some kind of a will roll to resist this 8. Please note, you only have 6 left that you can soak. If you cannot soak all 8, you are taken out and she gets to decide how.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to get 2 consequences, yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think he will try to resist because, this is not proper. He knows that she's a married woman, and on top of that, the situation he's in, so he will do his best to resist. And so he does. I know I initially had said that I do have iron will and steady hands.
Yes, you do.
I don't know if I can use that, but because the thing is, even in the face of fear, that's his will.
Yes.
Strong will.
Absolutely.
Because initially the way I was thinking it is that is a combat thing.
Yes.
That is a high stress system.
However,
but this is technically a high stress.
It is.
Basically a form of combat.
Absolutely. But roll your will first.
Okay.
Rissa, he can't concede now because she already rolled her dice. He has to concede before she rolls her dice. If he makes it through this, he then can concede. But we'll see whether or not he does.
So I have a great.
She's beating you by 4.
Mm-hmm. Would the soak up be the difference, or is it the full
it's the difference.
8?
It's the difference.
Okay. I will use my I will use.
And I will
both
note you have 1 fate point, and there are 4 group fate points for you.
Yes, so I will definitely use my last fate point here to make it a 6, which is the Iron Will and Steady Hands.
Oh, sure. You know what, though? As she gazes deep into your eyes, leaning just a bit closer, you know that I have that advantage on you, or she does, that she seems so misunderstood. And she does. And I'm going to use that to bring her to a 10 versus your 6.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dear. I don't even know what else I could use.
She does just seems... you have other aspects that you could use if you like?
I don't know. I already used my Oxford-trained doctor.
Not for this role. Not for this
Not
role.
for this role. Right. So I would like to use that with my group fate point.
SOE trained?
SOE trained.
Mm-hmm.
So even in the most toughest situations, I feel like, at least to some extent, he should be able to resist. So I'm going to use that.
Please do.
Do I just? I'm
just hit
gonna
delete.
Delete. Okay.
So that puts you 10 versus 8.
And then, oh man, trying to think on top of that, like what else he could. Because my other one, my trouble aspect is he's a doe-eyed Indian prince.
Yeah, that's not going to help you.
That's not going to help him at all. And then I think I have my last one, which is a Hippocratic Oath is one. So to always want to help, that's making me want to help people.
Yeah.
Not really helping here. And then the other one is he's disarmingly charming. So the only thing I can possibly use to imagine to use to that is, oh, he's just a puppy. Do I really want to take advantage of him?
Yeah, make him seem a little bit less dangerous, or perhaps, you'd have to spend that fate point for that.
So that's all I can think of doing. So I'm going to try to match her using that in the sense of, oh, wait, you know, I'm playing with someone who clearly, like, this is like kind of, I want to appease to her, like, if she has it, her sense of, you know, that domination, wanting to really, not even domination, but like that sense of challenge.
Yes, you're not a good challenge.
You know, I'm not really a good challenge. I'm just literally rolling over and letting her kick me at this point.
Well,
which, you know, I don't know if that is endearing. That is like, aw, puppy.
You're currently tied, you know.
Yes.
But she did get a severe consequence on you, which has a free invoke, which is that you're enraptured with her. She will invoke that one for a +2, so she's up by 2, as she lets her maid's cap, she takes it off because she's so concerned, and you can see her hair sort of cascade downwards. She's beating you by 2. Because you are, after all, enthralled.
This was unavoidable at this point.
You've got 2 more fate points.
What can I use? I've already used Iron Will. I've already used my SOE trained and disarmingly charming. My other last bit is doe-eyed Indian prince and Hippocratic Oath. My stunt is being a surgical savant, which only really works in combat. And my other one is wanted by the State Department because they like me.
So. I could recommend perhaps Ghosts from the Past, because both of them have told you that she was a kind of a terrible person in the past, right? I mean, that could maybe try to help you with that one.
Yeah. Wait, do I have that?
It's a game aspect. It's an aspect that's in the world.
Now you tell me!
It's right there! Exposed, harshest winter years, allies far away or dead, which is no good. Ghosts from the Past. Increasing needs with decreasing resources. Everything's an aspect.
Ah, well then, yes, I will use that. I will burn that that second to last fate point. Dear Lord, how many have I gone through here? 5? 6?
6.
In this one game, dear God.
I have a fate point.
Of course you fucking do. Okay.
I only have 1.
Uh-huh.
And I'm going to use it. Do you remember last session when she had a discover action to figure out your weakness? She is going to invoke your doe-eyed prince against you with this little fate point right here to bring her back up to 2 above you. That fate point, by the way, this is what we call a hostile invoke. She's using one of your aspects against you, which means that fate point that she's spending, you will get it after this scene is over.
Okay.
It's a gift to you.
Okay. I think I'm going to use that last fate point in the sense that because it is under my relationship aspect, which is the Hippocratic Oath, I would like to use it in the sense of we are currently in a professional call.
Yeah.
As a patient, doctor, patient.
Absolutely.
And I will say that as a professional, he does his best to keep that barrier as much as he can. So in his last final throes of effort, that is that fate point he will use.
There are no fate points left, although you will get one at the end of the scene because she's giving you one because she's invoking your aspects against you, which, by the way, is one of the reasons why I want to find out people's aspects. And as she gazes in your eyes, we are tied. She's going to get a boost against you, is what she's going to get, that she can use. But she's going to have to pass it to you, as she is just so close to you. You can smell her perfume, and you do not have to soak anything because you have tied.
Thank you.
And as a tie, you have nothing to soak, but she does get a boost against you. What, she's going to have to pass it to you as she looks and she says to you, looking you deep into her eyes, and she says, "What can I do? My husband is so dangerous, and I'm powerless against him. I'm not a fighter or..."
You visibly see him gulp. You see Preetam almost like he's trying to break eye contact, but he's still technically so enthralled that he's not really able to. And he kind of just...
And I will remind you that you can always concede before she makes an attack roll.
And he concedes.
I see. Are you sure?
He has nothing more protecting him. He is in a state where he's at his last will to fight whatever is happening here. He sees a woman that is inches away from him. And I mean, he's not the one that's going to make any moves. He's not the one that is going to approach. But he is in no state where he's at with the mental stress he's been under, with the with everything that has happened, with him medicated, and what seems to him a very vulnerable woman who doesn't look like a threat in any sense of the world. 2 inches from his face. He has nothing left.
So, she wins this conflict. But you decide, which means she's going to get something that she wants, but you decide how you exit this conflict. What she wants, besides for you to love her and be enthralled with her, because she does enjoy that very much. She wants you to help her and to be her ally. She wants that influence over you. And she wants you to... She knows that her 2 friends are not very positively disposed towards her. For who knows why. I mean, she is misunderstood. Nobody knows why they're negatively disposed towards her at all. It's really weird. And she wants you to believe her over them when it comes to her character. Right? That, like, if they say that, like, she's... And this is part of all the story that she's built up, that, like, oh, basically, Regina had this breakup, and now she's, like, basically really angry, but, like, she didn't understand what's going on, and I've changed, and I'm so lonely, and, like, you're so amazing. She wants you to think of them as... She doesn't want you to think of them as bad people, but that they don't understand her.
Yeah, this is a misunderstanding. Not even a misunderstanding. People change.
Yes.
People, grow.
Yeah.
Situations change, and it's not always what it used to be.
Yeah, she wants you to be enthralled with her, because she is like that, and she wants you on her side. So how do you exit this conflict? because that is your choice, because you conceded.
Okay. So with that, I think he hesitantly, but with shaking hands, reaches out and then grabs her hands in his and kind of cups it. And you kind of just see him give a very genuine smile, like a very kind, very Preetam smile.
Yeah.
And it's like almost like, like his eyes squinting up, a very friendly look, and goes, "Whatever may be the case, madame, I, as a doctor, as a human being, and as a friend, will do my best to keep you safe."
Thank you. And she also does want a baby if you can find one, because she needs one. It's dangerous. And she stands up. Because how are you going to exit this conflict? How do you get out of this conflict? Would you like her to leave? How would you like this conflict to end, since you get to choose that?
Oh boy. My mindset conceding was something completely different. I was like, I'm basically rolling over and letting her do whatever she wants to me. So
that's if she wins. If she wins, she decides how this conflict ends. But since you conceded, you decide. But she has to get what she wants.
Yeah.
But you decide how it ends, right? So you can be like, oh, how this ends is I convince her to leave or whatever.
So I think honestly, rather than him saying anything, this is when the medication really starts kicking in. And you physically see Preetam, like his eyes drooping, his head nodding. He's fighting it. He's doing his best. For her, seeing him that close up, she sees the bags under his eyes. She sees how he's been, and she noticed the blood on his outfit and everything, and knows that he is in no state to really be of any further assistance. He will not get anything more out of him because he just doesn't have anything more to give. And so I think those are more, it's more of a subtle hint.
Yes.
He himself doesn't
Absolutely.
do anything to kind of like shoo her out.
Absolutely.
But yes.
And I think she sees you flagging, and you can hear her say like, "Oh, doctor," and you can feel her hands on your elbow as she leads you back to your bed, to the bedroom where you're at, and she sort of lays you down there. She helps you get into the bed, and she tucks you in, and she just sort of brushes your hair aside from your forehead, and she says, "Sleep well, my sweet prince." As she leaves, because you get her out of that conflict. She does not get everything she wants, which she wanted many things. She did not get all of them. But with that, there are some consequences from this situation. One, she made a hostile invoke. You get that fate point from her.
Yay.
Two, you conceded, which means you get a fate point for the concession.
Yay.
And you also had a consequence, which means you get a fate point for that consequence. So you are back up to 3 fate points from that conflict as you pass out because she might have taken you somewhere else. There were a lot of things that she could have wanted had you not conceded that would have been great for you.
Would have or would not have?
Well, it would have been great for her, really.
I mean, I don't know if any of that would have led him to lose his V card, but
you never know.
You never know, because he's definitely a virgin.
She can wait until she really gets you hooked, until she gets her hooks in you like real deep, and then she's waiting.
Good night, my sweet prince, indeed.
And you are there in this hotel, sleeping for some time, actually.
Yes.
And you wake up, and you're not quite certain what time it is. The curtains are drawn, so it's dark in the room. You can still smell her lingering perfume in the air. And what do you do?
What time? What exact? Is it the next day at this point?
It is
I feel like
not.
oh,
It's probably like 4 or 5 in the evening. You probably wake up because you're a bit hungry.
because I think he definitely wanted to, or his intent was sleep first.
Yeah.
Food, and he kind of technically has had food, so to him, food at this point
Mhm.
is not an issue. Because when he first
Yeah.
got there, he had some breakfast and then fell asleep, and then came back up, and then she provided Nicoletta provided
Yeah.
something to eat and drink. So at this point, he just really like wants to sleep. So honestly, unless you have something, do you want to force him awake for again? He probably is knocked out. Like he's knocking out until as much of this stress he can relieve as he can, as possible.
You may relieve all of your mental stress for all
Oh,
of
dear.
that sleep.
Dear God, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. A good night's sleep. Well,
and then would I still click would the severe consequence still be highlighted? I'm sure.
oh yeah.
Right.
Oh,
Okay.
that's not stress. That's a consequence. That's going to last
Got it,
at
got it, got it.
least 2 months of
Yeah,
your
yeah.
enthralling.
Mm.
At least. But first, you have to clear it. You have to actually put it in recovery first, which
Yep. I finally have. Oh
Yeah.
God.
now
And so, yes.
we've got you in this hotel room. Now I know that our very dear Regina is gone for a little bit, and Oscar and Frida are at the brothel dealing with some problems because there are some problems there. They probably will have to sort of deal with that a little bit before they can come back. So I imagine that you are going to wake up. Let's see. Would you like to wake up the next day?
Yeah, I would think so.
So the 26th, the next day. At this, let's see. Let's have you wake up. Probably this is now it's a work day. They're probably going to be out and about. So you're probably going to wake up, let's say 11, 11 after they've been gone, and you're alone again in this apartment, but now it has been like an entire day. You have slept, right? Almost 24 hours.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that was the intent.
Mm-hmm.
And I think so. Yeah, I think he wakes up, he's groggy. I feel like even just that entire conversation, he remembers it, but it's just very hazy, and not very hazy, but just like will take him a little time to recollect exactly what happened. He just knows and remembers that she was there. She looked distraught. We had a conversation, something about babies and murders.
Yeah, bunch of murder.
Yeah. And so yeah, I think that's where he's at. And he kind of once again realizes that he's only here with his bathrobes. He doesn't really have any clothes or anything. So he kind of just freshens up, maybe orders some breakfast for himself to eat. Probably not tasting that great to him, considering he's gone so long without brushing his teeth or anything, or freshening up in any sort of way. And then finally, he probably just packs it and goes, "Can I just have it packed?" And grabs a cup of coffee and takes it. And then, is there? They took the driver and everything, right? So there's no personal driver here, unless.
No, but there are a bunch of people here. This is the headquarters of the occupying army. There are people here everywhere, and this is a luxury hotel, and it is like, they got like 5-star hotels. There's like another rating above 5 stars, which I can't remember what it's called now. It's like
I think it's like 7 stars is one.
It's like
I know that there's some out there that are 7-star hotels or something.
Yeah, like there's like a special, like there's like a special rating, and like there are very few of these hotels are like this rating, and this is one of those kinds of hotels, which means they have everything, right? You name it, they've got it, and it's where the occupying army is. So you can probably.
I think he's gonna approach someone and like give me what, like
the maid is there who's like sort of brought you food, right?
Yeah. So I think I just mention it to her, be like, or him, and I would basically mention, hey, Could I ask for a taxi service of some sort, or perhaps someone to take me back to my room,
It is
my apartment?
it is this waiter. He's been here before, and he looks at you and goes, "Well, monsieur, you cannot go like this." And he points to
And he
the
kind
fact
of
that you're
looks.
basically naked in a robe.
True, unfortunately, I don't have any change of clothes, which is the reason I would like to
Oh,
go back to my apartment.
monsieur, it is not proper for you to go out like this. We can get you something. What are your measurements?
Oh, and he kind of, mentions it. I don't know, like, even he's 5'4", and fairly wiry. Not, he's not like built or anything. Just, hey, just an average guy,
And
looking guy.
the fellow sort of takes down the notes, this waiter, and he goes, oui. If you will wait, we will bring you, so I will come back and bring you clothes. I trust that everything is well with you, monsieur?
Much better. Absolutely.
Really good, good.
Could I ask for also some hygiene kit of some sort?
Of course. If you wish, we can bring someone to give you a shave, if you wish, or whatever you need.
And he kind of just feels himself and definitely has, like, he could tell he has a stubble. Perhaps, yeah, perhaps not quite a shave, but at least a touch up.
Yeah, of course. If I may ask, when I was walking by the other day, I noticed there was some talking in this room. Did you have a guest?
Yes, perhaps an unexpected one, but why? Did someone leave a note for me or anything? A message, perhaps?
Yes, but I want to make sure that it is the right person. This person is going to make a discover action against you. They want to know something from you. They're going to use their empathy to see if they can try to figure out. Well, no, they're gonna have to use rapport to see if they can get you to spill the beans on who it was that was talking to you yesterday. I will roll their rapport. They roll a 1.
Yay.
They roll a 1. This person again is not Nicoletta, who is very good at that.
So rapport
contest.
Will.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God. Don't fuck me. Don't you. Okay. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh, wow. That was barely.
So,
wow.
I have a fate point. It's a new scene, and I'm going to use it to bring me from a 1 to a 3. Because this
Guess
person...
what? So do I.
What?
Oh, surprise, bitches.
I am going to not tell you what aspect I'm going to invoke just yet, because I feel like you spending your fate point means that you're going to beat this person, and with a discover action, if you beat them, you get to ask them a question.
Yes.
And I feel like that will probably be relevant.
Yes. So he just kind of, in his, like, I'm assuming he kind of looks.
You can either ask a question in character or out of character. It's like, what does Preetam want to know about this waiter?
Why? Is it just pure gossip? Is this like just to, talk smack? What is it in it? What is it in it for him?
I will tell you. So the aspect that he invoked was informant for Elias Yeager.
Oh, thank God the bullet dodged.
And he wants to know, because he has been tasked to keep tabs on various people, places, and things. And for that question, you know he's fishing to find out if Nicoletta was here. But you also know that he doesn't know if she was. Right? He's asking because he heard somebody's voice who is not one of the people he recognizes, and he's supposed to report back this information to, and you can just, it's like this little thing, the way he says it, there's like this little moment in the way he says it. It's like a little phrase, and it pings for you. You heard Elias say something just like it at the party, right? It was just that little, it's like a little phrase, and you're like, oh.
I see.
I see. but he doesn't know that you know because you beat him in that challenge. And he goes, "Yes, I heard there was someone, and if there was someone I'd be interested in to know who, so I can get this note to you. I don't want to give you a note if it's the wrong one because it was not addressed. You see, it was just I want to make sure it's the right that I'm delivering the note to the right person."
Not to be worried. I'm not sure. It was just a regular client, not regular, just an offhand client, a gentleman with some personal concerns. And when he says personal, he kind of gives a wink, kind of, that sort of concern.
Yeah, monsieur. Oui. Of course. Well,
hopefully, please keep it, something a bit too private for me to divulge. But let's just say, certain people, I didn't, at the age that they're at, you would think that they wouldn't quite have it in them. But people surprise you, don't they?
I suppose. I thought it was a woman. I was hoping it was the Madame Leixner. I have not seen her for a bit. I was just hoping she was well.
I've not seen her since the party, so no. I'm not too sure. I've not had the chance or the pleasure to meet either of the couple or the gentleman.
And when she said when he said Frau Leixner, he means Regina.
He means Regina. Madame. Sorry, my brain. Sorry, immediate. No, she goes. Oh, unfortunately, because of the trauma, I think she took a little bit of a trip, or I'm not sure quite where she has gone, Madame. But with everything that's happened, I'm surprised she's as well put together as she has been.
Of course. If you please, I was wondering if I might ask you for a favor.
Oh.
Oui.
And he kind of just gestures.
I have been working here on this hotel for some time, and I take a great pride in being able to make sure that the people that I work for are pleased and are doing well. It is my joy. And I have heard that the Frau Leixner has been injured in this terrible shooting, this assassination attempt against the Nightingale. I was hoping if you knew perhaps her taste or something that she liked, I could arrange to have that delivered, a favorite meal or something that she likes. I would like to make her, we at the Hotel Majestic would like her stay to be nicer. If you had insight.
Would he know this, considering how little time he's had to spend?
Probably not.
Yeah. I just kind of look at him and goes, I feel with your capabilities, you probably know her more than I do. I mean, yes. I've only been here for 10 days, or how many? Perhaps 11? I don't even know what time is anymore. With the traveling, I'm still dealing with the changes in time zones and everything. But
of course.
Unfortunately, I don't know how well I can answer you on that, but I'm sure in your capable hands, whatever you produce would be absolutely delectable.
Merci. I will go and get you a change of clothes and bring things up for you. But please, I don't know. And he goes into his vest, and he says, "If you would, my name is Alban Arfrey," and he sort of gives you a little card with a little number. He goes, if you ever have anything that you could tell me, so that I could make everyone's here stay much better, I would very much appreciate it.
Well, appreciate it, and if I can help in any way, of course. But you see him like, it's very subtle. I don't know if he'll be able to pick it up. It's kind of like he looks at it and kind of puts it to the side. It's not like he put it down in his pocket or anything. Just put it on the table.
And he sort of gives a little bow, and he leaves. And it's not going to be too long before.
I think before he leaves, though.
Tell me.
I don't know. Oh shit! He doesn't have his money.
Resources.
I if possible.
Please
I don't know if possible. I would like to tip him.
Roll resources.
I want to get on the better side.
Yes.
Because I now know who he works for. And I want to influence him.
Yes.
More onto my side.
That is creating an advantage, is what that is.
Yes.
And it seems like you're creating an advantage with resources or contacts, one of the two.
Which really neither of them are great.
But I believe you do have a stunt right?
Yes, I do have a stunt for the State Department.
Which means you could perhaps leverage your connections if you were going to do resources.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I will use my resources, and I kind of look at it like you can see him like looking for his wallet. He goes, fortunately, I left my wallet back at home. However, if you can come back tomorrow, I do think I can give you a little bit of a tip, and perhaps does he notice anything about him that might like? Is he content being a waiter?
That's a discover action.
Fuck. Okay.
And you may roll that discover with whichever skill you think you would like to use as the basis for your question. Could be awareness. It could
I'm gonna
be
use tradecraft.
empathy. Tradecraft. Okay. Oh, interesting. So tradecraft is like breaking and entering.
Never mind.
Breaking and entering, shadowing people. Codes, ciphers. All things spying and thieving. So that could well mean that you could use tradecraft if you think about the ways in which a spy would try to get information from someone.
I think it's more of like observing him, kind of looking for certain traits of like if he was an artist, kind of like almost basically Sherlock Holmes at this point where if he like looks to see if he has like art marks of any sort, like ink or anything, or as a writer, something that shows that he aspires to be beyond a waiter or a waiting staff here at this hotel.
So you could either do tradecraft or awareness, but you'll get slightly different answers depending on which one you pick.
I will do tradecraft.
All right then,
because that is my better one.
Please roll it. But I will note that you're looking like a spy looks, not like a normal looking sort of person looks. And I'm gonna roll their will to resist. So you succeed with success, with style. You may ask. You get one question, and then you can have a follow-up question, or you can get a boost. It's up to you.
I think he will look at him, and he notices some markings on his cuffs of ink, and he notices that as meticulous as he wants to be, there's still some ink stains there. Yeah. And he looks, and he sees, and for perhaps an avid writer as yourself, and he winks, maybe I can get you in touch with someone at the radio station, with one of the writing staff.
Oui? Are you sure?
Of course. I do definitely believe that, and I can tell based on, and he kind of points to the ink mark. He goes, you look like someone who enjoys it. And in this day and age when so much negativity and so much anguish goes around, we do need as many creatives in the field as we possibly can. And I'm sure the radio department always appreciates another talent on perhaps one of the what's the word I'm looking for? One of the propaganda teams, or with one of
Oh. Now, you have either a second question or a boost, which you could use in your role, your contacts role, to put an advantage on him.
What is the boost do again?
Rapport roll, pardon me.
Gotcha. What does the boost do exactly?
Gives you a +2 to that roll.
I will do a boost. I think I will do a boost for now, and I will do a rapport.
Please do. And I will roll his excellent will. And you get a +2 to that, so that's a 5.
It's about 5.
His will is 1. So
yes.
You create an advantage with 2 free invokes. And he looks at you when you mention writing. And you can see in his eyes a hunger to be out of this job. A desire for something bigger, better, and you can just see him sort of like down by his side. He sort of moves his fingers with a little bit of a gesture of like writing, and you can see that he's thinking. And he goes, "Monsieur, you could help me get but I've been waiting here for so long.
And I was a prince, and here I am as a doctor and a spokesperson. People's lives change. It just needs the right opportunity. And the right people who recognize talent.
And he goes to give you his card, but he realizes that he already gave you it. And he goes, oh.
And he picks it up and then points at it, taps it, and now he pockets it.
Oh, I would be and he sort of goes through and he's, wait, could you give me one moment?
Of course.
I will put in your order, but I will be right back. One moment. And he rushes out, leaving his sort of cart with him. And you wait maybe 7 minutes before he comes back. And he says, I have put in the order for your clothes, and also someone will come to help you. But if you do not mind, and he hands you 10 sheets of typing paper, but sort of onion paper, quite thin, with typing all over it. It's like sort of written up. It's like it looks like some kind of a story. And he goes, "This is a story that I have written. It was in my with my things. If this would be helpful for you, you could show it to the people that you know, and maybe I could get a job. Does it pay well?"
Let's just say that working with me has its benefits.
And he just sort of like, he just keeps holding this
and no, he takes it. Prince definitely takes it. Like, he takes it and like basically immediately kind of just starts like, not like, intently reading it, but just like, perusing through it, just kind of like dangling the carrot right above, a little out of reach, but definitely like there is opportunity here.
And you can tell that he is torn between staying and see what you think, but then it clears that he kind of is stressed out by the idea that you're looking at it. What if you don't like? So he just kind of is like, well, I should get back to my work. But it was a pleasure to meet you, and
pleasure to meet you again. I'm sorry, what was
Alban
Afre?
If you could,
Mr. Afre.
Yes, oui, Your Highness.
And I feel like it's like because he's definitely like, rather than going on a first name in the sense of like one would not even an owner, like a guest / waiter relationship, because I feel like at that point you kind of are treating them as lesser, not quite equal. Him addressing him as Mr. Alfred, rather, he intently is treating him as an equal.
So it was, and you can tell, like, you've got his story, right? And he's a little flustered, and he kind of...
Is there a title?
There's there is a title. There is a title. And the title is, right, I'm so sorry. It's like Evenings in Paris, right? And like, it's like this kind of, it's like not the most exciting title ever. It's a little like Evenings in Paris. And
I play it up though.
Yeah.
Preetam reads, he kind of, Evenings in Paris, huh?
And
he just like he definitely looks interested, and he goes, quite the title.
Oh, thank you. Your aspect that you have, your advantage that you have, is called "You May Be the Informant's Way Out," and you have 2 free invokes on that one whenever you need it, and also that is also an aspect that you can also use. Like, you can spend a fate point to use it for things if you like. And he sort of nods, and he kind of shuffles back and forth from foot to foot. And I would say this fellow is probably about like 27, 28, which means he's no longer young-ish in that way. He still wants to be a rider, but he's...
He didn't know if this would ever amount to anything, and therefore kind of is starting to give up. So I'm the one giving him hope, or renewing him that hope. So he like Preetham's like reading through it, and then he kind of notices him just standing there shuffling. He goes, I got it now. Perhaps if you don't mind the hygienics and the clothing, it's getting a little chilly in here.
Oui, of course, monsieur. Oui. And it's this moment where he's clearly torn between wanting to stay, but he knows he should leave, but he's already stayed too long, so he should really, really leave now. But then, what did you like it? But so like it's this kind of like awkward shuffle, and then he just sort of goes, And then he comes back and he takes his cart with him as he leaves. And he just sort of like gives you a nod with this look of hope. And you can tell in this moment that he has forgotten about his other job, not the waitstaff job, but the other one, because there's this dangling carrot. And he leaves, and it's you get a set of clothes, new clothes, sort of brought up, wrapped in the tissue paper with a ribbon, a nicely pressed shirt, socks, shoes, all delivered. And then, of course, you get some food, and you get someone comes in to sort of shave you, sort of like an older Frenchman who's clearly on staff as like the staff barber, and sort of he says, "Monsieur, would you also like a haircut?"
He kind of looks at it, and then so at that moment, I think, so when he was rubbing his face,
Yep.
For the longest time, the only thing he could ever grow was that thin mustache that, at least that's what he thought, right? And never really quite realized, because he thought he would never be able to really pull it off. So up till this moment, he kind of just always been clean shaven, or gotten that clean shape. But going so long without it, he realizes that he actually has a pretty decent stubble, something he's never noticed before. And therefore, he kind of just goes, perhaps not a clean shave this time. Could I just have it lined up, made to look? I'm trying to try something new.
Oui.
And just line up on the sides, on the side, and I trust that you know what you're doing with your expertise. You look like someone who has much training, much knowledge. I leave it in your capable hands.
And he looks at you, and he's got a bit of a very professional, but with a little bit of coldness. He looks, this fellow, so gosh, he's probably 70. Like, he looks quite old, which means he's probably been here working at this hotel for decades and decades. And he looks a little off. You're not 100% certain what that's about, without sort of doing something about it. But he sort of nods, and he sort of comes in, and he sort of puts the hot towel, and he gives you this shave that he does exactly what you wish. He does it very well. He's clearly an expert at this, but there's a tad bit of roughness. No cuts at all, because he does his job very well. But as he sort of uses the straight razor to sort of line everything up, there's just a little bit of, I think you can tell when he puts the bay rum in your beard. He has like a nice oil for your beard. There's just a little bit of roughness in there.
Is it due to any sort of malintent?
That would be a discover action.
Okay, yeah, I would like to.
And I would say empathy.
Okay. Okay, that's a fair.
He himself is. Ooh. Oh, interesting. He beats you. You have.
I think for him,
a choice.
It's more of just yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
You can ask a question at a major cost, or he can ask a question of you.
I think he just goes, he's like, perhaps being a bit, if you don't mind, that kind of felt a little rough. Nothing against you, sir, but it's just my personal skin. It's been a long few days, and so perhaps it's a bit sensitive.
So, what is your choice?
I don't think he asks him anything. It's not, at this point, it's a inconvenience rather than anything alarming.
So he wants to know about you. Then he's going to ask. He's going to ask a question. He's not going to say it out loud, but he's checking you out. Do you know what I mean? And he probably makes some very, very small talk just about like the weather.
No, any barber.
Yeah, just any kind of barber. But what he's trying to figure out, and you must answer honestly, not in character, because he's sussing. Using that, empathy. How loyal are you to the occupiers is what he wants to know. And like he just like drops, like he kind of like just asks you like little things like, you know, how's your work, and like have you met the general, like just little things to sort of just that seem fairly innocuous, but he wants to know how loyal you are to the occupying forces here?
I think to him,
Mm-hmm.
he doesn't, obviously, because he doesn't know who this is, or he's not in his inner circle
Now,
of any sort.
he's not asking you, this fellow successfully, because
Right. What I'm
wants
saying
to
is more of
suss.
like, so like Preetam is going to deal with him in any way, shape, or form that he considers him also as a Nazi Party member, or at least someone who is sympathetic. But he is French, so I think he's just more of like the way Preetam talks about it is he's neither here or there about the Nazis themselves, but more so they are a means to an end, is what he picks up in the sense of.
Is that true?
Not quite. He doesn't think highly of them in the sense of like, especially now that he's seeing some of the things that are happening in the city. And you can tell like genuinely Preetam cares about people and he cares about justice regardless of where it comes from. And he doesn't really particularly take sides in the sense of, oh, you are one person, so clearly you have to be in the right. Everybody has those. So to him, it's more of a, he's more of man of the people in that sense. Wants to do what's right by people, and if it's the Britishers, it's the Britishers. If it's the French, it's the French. If it's the Nazis, it's the Nazis. That's what it is. Because he, as a doctor, cares more so about individuals and the people.
So he picks that up about you. He picks up that, right, that you are not feeling so great about them, but you're a person of the people, right? And as he picks this up on you, he sort of gets your deep, dark secrets that way.
Everybody's got to know. Everybody's got an agenda.
He softens his touch just a little bit as he sort of, you're just talking to you about your day, and as he sort of gets the sense that maybe you aren't like super fans of the occupying force. You're not particularly heavily invested in them. He just relaxes, right, his work. And he says, well, monsieur, if you do not mind, I will perhaps... he sort of reaches into his pocket and he pulls out a small hard candy that's wrapped. And he goes, well, young man, here, you should have this. And he gives you this small little hard candy. It's wrapped up. Just like taps you on the cheek a little bit, as if you were like 10 years old,
Like his grandson almost, like a little grandson. And honestly, like, can I just say, this is the same feeling I, as a KP, got when you, Trooper, gave me that candy.
Oh.
In the sense of this familial bond, even if there's no blood there, it's more of just that this person cares and is a caring person, and it reminds me of family. And that same feeling. So even Preetam, like, who's already very like cordial, and but there's a sense like he immediately like looks at, and you see him like produce like a very genuine smile, and kind of looks up at him, and you see you see him tear up a little bit. Like, after everything that has happened up till now, all that he's seen, just even the small gesture of kindness that I'm sure, I mean, he's surrounded, but everything seems so posh, and so this is something so pure and simple to him that he kind of just stares at it and just tears up, and then he kind of chokes out a thank you.
Well, you're welcome, Doyen. He looks at you and goes, I've not seen you here so much.
I'm fairly new. I'm a new person in a strange city. With even stranger people.
And when you say that, he goes, the people in this suite, the man, he's not so good to the people who work here. You should know this.
Yes. And I think that this moment he kind of is very like open in the sense of it is a tragedy, and these good people deserve more.
What is your name?
My name's Dr. Preetam Singh. I've recently opened a new clinic that is open to all. So if you know, or you yourself, or anybody in your family, friends, anybody needs any sort of medical attention or care, I'm here.
Most of these places are for only the Germans. They've taken most of the places. Your place, is it only for Germans, or we also can go?
All. It is for all. I'm here to serve all. I also do house calls if you're not comfortable coming into the establishment. And then he pulls out his card and gives it to him and goes, "For you, sir." And he, like, the entire time, he treats him, once again, Preetam is, regardless of his upbringing, because he eschews that sort of lifestyle and that sort of mindset, treats people like people. And because of his mentality as a doctor. So there is no airs about him, no sense of, I am better than you. And so he sees this person as an equal, and if nothing else, an elder to be respected. And that part of also is upbringing as an Indian, right? As an Asian, as from that sort of culture of respecting your elders and treating them with some, regardless of where you come from, someone who's above you, you know?
And he looks at your card and he says, "Well, doctor, you know, it is winter. There are many people who are not doing so well out there. Sometimes people break legs and so forth. But, you know, in the hospital, they always report everything to the..." And he almost says a word, but he stops himself. You could tell he was about to say something. Report them to the... Almost about to say something. Doesn't.
Preetam reaches out and holds his hand, and he goes, "All are welcome." And clearly means it as, I will not do anything that will harm the people who are innocent. So if that means forging documents, it means forging documents.
Well, that is good to know. And you can tell there's kind of like at this moment, as you say that, with this sort of kindness, a little wave of sadness washes over him as he sort of just kind of glances around this suite with this Hitler painting.
Opulent.
It's opulent, and you know, there's like this Hitler painting, and it's like this Nazi room, and he sort of just, there's this little sadness that sort of catches him, and he just sort of nods and he goes, "Well, that is good. You should well," he stops and he looks around, but there's no one there. He says, "I will give you a piece of advice, young man. There are many things in this hotel to eat, to drink. If I know when you are here, I will let everyone in the kitchen know that you are ordering the food. I would say people sometimes are very, how do you say this, discontent in the kitchens on Friday and Saturday. So, the food is always good. Always. But I would say, perhaps on the weekend when everyone is here drinking and carrying on and doing all that they do, do not order expensive wine on Friday or Saturday. Order cheap wine."
I'm not much of an alcoholic, so. And then he kind of goes, but he, at this point in the time that he has been here, Preetam has already started to notice the level of opulence that he's been living, contrasted against the people he has been helping, especially thanks to the Nightingale taking him to the brothel,
Yeah.
and him dealing with his neighborhoods, with those that are less fortunate than him. He's, like I said, he's always been an empath, but he's never had to face directly with anyone more than just being a patient in his office.
Yeah.
Right? Even back in Oxford as a student, it was just people walking in through the doors, and that's not beyond that.
Yeah.
He never really thought too much beyond it. And so evoking the same sentiment that Gautama Buddha had faced, where he first finally stepped out of his kingdom and saw the common man.
Yeah.
This has been his moment of realization.
Yeah.
And for him, I think this is where he starts and he goes, I don't know. And he kind of just looks around. He goes, I don't know who would be able to assist in this, but and he kind of looks at himself and he goes, I'm not quite the person with an appetite.
Oh.
So if there's ever an order from me, perhaps doubling it, tripling it is fine, and whatever's left, whatever is just served to me beyond what I'm capable of, I would be happy to throw it away.
Doctor, I have to tell you this is very kind, what you say. But they watch us all the time. They watch everything we do, all the food, where it goes, what it does. They have people who walk through and see that we do everything that they tell us to do all the time, as if I have not already done this job for 50 years.
Then perhaps I can bring it somewhere. To throw away, of course, not to give it away or feed those. And he's like, at this point, he's just saying it for the sake of saying it this way, but he's just like, for those who are undeserving, of course, according to them.
You know, most of the people who live in this hotel, they never leave this hotel, mostly. They just eat their food and again, he was about to say something else, but he stops himself. And they just stay here all the time, working, living, ordering. Most of them do not go out often.
And then he kind of looks out, and then he goes, you see him like thinking and tapping. And like initially it's like a fast tap, but then it slowly starts slowing down as he kind of starts coming to a conclusion. And he goes, how much would it be to own a room here?
Oh. We cannot... And again, there's this really sort of complicated feeling that goes across his face as he tries to figure out how to answer. He says, Monsieur, there was a time when this hotel was a hotel where artists would come and they would sit in the cafe and they would speak about all those things that young people speak about, you know. I was still old then, but they would come and they would speak about philosophy and such silly dreams these young men had. I suspect most of them are all dead now, these young men. Sometimes also young women would come and they would laugh and they would say all the things in this place. But they're all gone now. At that time you could rent a room and you could come and visit Paris and find a place perhaps. But
basically at this point, what Preetam is trying to do is build a base for himself in a place where if you're in this room, it is a safe haven. Basically, like what's the word? Safety within the lion's den, sort of a situation. And says, if that is not possible, I'm not sure how possible it is. But
he says, but now it does not matter. If you are French, you cannot be here. You cannot be here if, well. And he stops and he goes, some French people can be here. Not many. Most of them are at other hotels. But if you want to be here in this place, this is the military. And there's again every time he's about to get to say German,
but I
about
think
to say something else,
point,
right?
At this point, I feel like Preetam might have picked up on what he's trying to say. Would he have been able to kind of pick up like the name, or like it seems obvious?
How good is your French? Good, yes.
Yeah, I would say yeah. Not as good as his Italian, considering
Sure.
that's where he's supposed to be from, but
he's
had his training.
He's probably wanting to say Bosch, which is one of these sort of like anti-German insults that were used quite a lot during World War One. Right, it's one of these sort of insults, and he's stopping himself because he doesn't want to be, because it's dangerous. And he says, "Well, the occupational authority could give you anything you want if they are friends with them. They can give you place in this."
Well, I mean, considering I am a prince as well, I would imagine that might pull a little sway.
And he sort of not. He didn't realize, right? Oh
no. And then he immediately like grabs his shoulders and prevents him from, because he at this point I feel like as soon as he says those words, he realizes people immediately like the first instinct is to do that, so he stops and he goes, "To you, I'm just a doctor.
Well,
but for those where I can pull some influence, I'm not above using my other title." And then he goes, and then he says, "Such as these Bosch." And then kind of gives him that and a wink, like immediately gives him that wink, because he's like, "I know what you're trying to say, but I'm gonna say it for you."
Well, he says, "My name is Jean-Christophe. I have been the barber for this place since 1893.
Well, your experience shows, sir.
I will tell you something. Listen. The Bosch, they've come in and they've taken everything. But not everything. Some people have been here a long time, and they know where all the doors are in this place. They don't know where our actual wine cellar is, the best wine cellar. That they don't know where that is. So, if ever you need top wine, not for them, you come and you speak to me, Jean-Christophe. Everyone knows me, and I can get you something that has been hidden.
Truly honored. And you see him like him get up and a very gentlemanly handshake, as if though like, and kind of shakes him, pats him on the hand.
Well,
truly am.
I'm honored. I just do my job. It is just.
And what is one man beyond what he's capable of doing? If that does not speak for your character, what else can?
Well, Doctor, I have to make. And he sighs. I must give the shave to every single Nazi here. They are all liking clean shaving so much, and so that's what I have to do. If I stay too long, they will yell, as they always do.
Not all deserve such a gentle touch as you've given me today.
No, maybe not.
And then I don't know, whenever he does turn around to leave, the last thing he sees is Preetam popping that candy in his mouth and then genuinely savoring it. Like pure joy on his face.
And like he just kind of looks back and he sort of like gives you a nod, and it's as if you're 15, you know, and he's like, all right, you've done a good job. And he sort of looks at his sort of barber's tools, which he has, and he sort of nods and he goes, You're from away, hmm?
Well, you could say that. From a stranger land than this, perhaps.
I traveled once. I was in the Navy.
Thank you for your service.
Yes. And he looks around and he says, but it's all bad now.
But it is these times when heroes rise up, is it not?
I wouldn't know where to start.
No one does, but it happens.
Maybe.
Wicked doesn't last very long from my experience or my knowledge of history. Sooner or later, things set itself right. By through the power of the people, or the power of an individual, or the power of a nation. Whatever it may be, it's always something to strive for. And who knows? One of us in this very building could be that hero.
Perhaps. But be careful. This is this is a hotel of vipers. So many liars in this place. And so many young men like yourself. What are you? 20-something?
25.
Oh, you're so young. So many young men like you who are, well, they are dead.
Well, perhaps with the guidance of someone experienced like yourself, hopefully my name will not be on that list.
I hope not. But if you need anything in this hotel, you call for me, Jean-Christophe, and I know my way around this hotel. I've been here longer than anyone else. Well, the maitre d', he's been here a long time, but I've been here 4 days longer than him.
And that means everything.
Well, be careful with the man who lives in this room. He's very rude.
I've had to deal with him, yes. And let's just say that sometimes what's on the outside does not match what's on the inside. And he kind of gives him the wink as well.
Well,
we all have to put on a front, don't we?
Perhaps.
In a den of vipers, as you say.
Well, I appreciate this, and he pats the card right in his pocket. This will be very helpful. There are many people. You are, seems open-minded. I know some people who are, well, could use medical care, but they are, well, not...
Time and place, do tell me, and I'll be there. And if comfortable, my clinic is always open to those in need.
I'll remember. And he heads out, and as you can hear him heading out the hallway, you hear someone shout, Jean-Christophe! The colonel wants his shave now! Slow French, cowardly. And you hear Jean-Christophe, yes, oui. And off he heads down the hallway with some German officer sort of on his heels. And you were there. Fresh, a nice suit, leather shoes. Leather's rationed. Some other people you might have seen are not wearing leather shoes. They're wearing wood or things extra patched. And this is this beautiful suit. Everything fits you perfectly, and it's well pressed. And the toiletries are fresh, and they're the highest French cologne. And everything is just a little too much, if you know what I mean.
And I think for him, for the first time, even this, for a prince, seems opulent.
Yeah.
Unnecessary.
Yeah.
Wasteful.
Yeah.
And he feels dirty using it more so. But that's when I think his SOE training kicks in, and he knows this is his part to play.
Yep.
And he must do what he must do.
Mm.
And for the first time, he's had a bit of ability to think with clarity, process, and I think that thought kind of invades his mind a little bit more, and then it's able to help him process what's happened in the last few days and understand that regardless of how it went down and whether it went down the way he wished, in the end, it was possibly the only way that could have gone down. And in the end, he may have to deal with other situations like this in the future.
Yeah.
He's not ready for it. He absolutely doesn't want it.
Yeah.
But I think that was his first step into the forge. And he's been, at least now that he came back, not that harmed, and with having seen the people that he has to serve, that he's here to serve, right? And I think there's still, as much as he wants to not have it, that princeliness in him, in the sense of, I am here to serve the people. I am a ruler. I'm here to serve them, not the other way around. And I'm here to do them good to them. This is my role. So that means what I am doing now is essentially the same, and I need to do it to the best of my abilities. So.
And I will ask you, do you leave the hotel before your friends come home?
I think with not knowing when it is going to be, he is probably going to freshen up. He's going to wear his suit. He's going to leave a note, letting them know that he's heading out, and probably say in the sense of, I have much to talk about. And heads out with a mission of now. Not quite sure who KP. I'm not quite sure who would it be to talk to, but to essentially shift from his little apartment into this hotel with the intent of making it a safe haven within the depths of hell.
Yeah. You'll have to talk to somebody at this. Well, I mean, you have some connections in this State Department. You have some connections with you have connections. There are people at this hotel you could speak to, but before you do, we're gonna have to take our break. It is our 10-minute break. I would like everyone to go and hydrate, stretch your legs, as our Preetam is going to maybe make some inquiries to see if he can get himself a hotel room. Now, you may, for all I know, also wish to keep your other apartment.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's a safe haven.
Because that gives you more than one place, just in case. So, let's see. We did have some notes from people, and I want to thank everybody who has donated. You doing so is great. We take this as appreciation. I would like to thank Rissa, who's given us some bits. First one, we have a little 5 cheer to say hello, and then 500 with the note, good luck, KP. Which
I need it. Thank you.
I also want to say Rissa gave us 200 who says, just recently, who says, hey, making friends is a good thing. Or you could shoot them. It kind of depends. I mean, just which we've had some people who just shoot them. But making friends is a good thing. I also have an idea of what your stunt can be.
Okay.
We can talk about it, but I have an idea. So, with that, everybody go and stretch your legs and hydrate. Take care of yourself. We're going to be back in 10 minutes. And while we are away, please enjoy Winston Churchill talking to Canada, because that's what we're going to do. We'll be right back, everybody.
now stationed in England, has chafed not to have been in contact with the enemy. But I am here to tell you that it has stood and still stands in the key position to strike at the invader should he land upon our shores. In a few months, when the invasion season returns, the Canadian Army may be engaged in one of the most frightful battles the world has ever seen. On the other hand, their presence may help to deter the enemy from attempting to fight such a battle on British soil. Although, sir, the long routine of training and preparation is undoubtedly trying to men who left prosperous farms and businesses or other responsible civil work, inspired by an eager and ardent desire to fight the enemy. Although this is trying to a high-mettled temperament, the value of the service rendered is unquestionable, and the peculiar kind of self-sacrifice involved will, I am sure, be cheerfully, or at least patiently, endured. Sir, made by Canada to the imperial war effort is the wonderful and gigantic Empire Training Scheme for pilots for the Royal and Imperial Air Forces. This has now been, as you know well, in full career for nearly 2 years, under conditions free from all interference by the enemy. The daring youth of Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, together with many thousands from the homeland, are perfecting their training under the best conditions. And we have been assisted on a large scale by the United States, many of whose training facilities have been placed at our disposal. This scheme will provide us in 1942 and 1943 with the highest class of trained pilots, observers, and air gunners in the numbers necessary to man the enormous flow of aircraft which the factories of Britain, of the Empire, and of the United States are and will be producing. I could, sir, speak also on the naval production of corvettes and above all of merchant ships, which is proceeding on a scale almost equal to the building of the United Kingdom, all of which Canada has set on foot. I could speak of many other activities. I have tanks of the special forms of modern high-velocity cannon, of the great supplies of raw materials, and many other elements essential to our war effort, on which your labors are ceaselessly and tirelessly engaged. But I must not let my address to you become a catalogue. I turn to less technical fields of thought. nor any form of severity which it may assume will make us weary or will make us quit. I've been all this week with the President of the United States. That great man for whom destiny has marked for this climax of human fortune. We have been concerting the united pacts and resolves of more than 30 states and nations to fight on in unity together and in fidelity, one with another, without any thought except the total and final extirpation of the Hitler tyranny, of the Japanese frenzy, and the Mussolini flop. There will be no halting or half measures. There will be no compromise or parley. These gangs of bandits have sought to darken the light of the world, have sought to stand between the common people of all the lands and their march forward into their inheritance.
Hello, everyone, and we are back. Welcome back. I hope you're all doing very well. I hope you all have hydrated and taken care of yourself and stretch your legs and all of that. So, our prince has spent some time resting, sleeping, fallen in love with somebody sweet and innocent. It's more like he's the sweet and innocent one, and, well, he's enthralled at the moment is what it is. Yeah. That said, enthralled, and he was like, got to meet some of the people that work at this hotel, because he doesn't live here, but he did get to meet some of the people that work here. This hotel, of course, is where people who live in the propaganda department are also where they also live and work. And so you certainly can go, especially if you spend your stuff that I'm going to give you as a free gift at the end of this episode, can go and get an arrangement to have a room here. Because you work for the propaganda department. You of course may have a room. But if you spend that stunt for it, it will be a safe place, i.e., not so much with the bugs and the you have a place where it's actually safer for you.
Yes.
And you just actually have to sort of put in a call to your boss, right, and say, hey, I need a place, and they will get you a place in this hotel, without a doubt. But that said, where do you want to go? What do you want to do? It is, gosh, at this point, it's probably sort of afternoon on the 26th of December.
I think at this point, so at this point, he's already made the call, and the room is guaranteed.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You work.
Okay, cool.
You work for the Nazis, so well, you work for the. Yeah. You work for German. Yes, you work for the propaganda department. Of course, they'll give you a room, and also you're a prince, and they're interested in you. I think they would like, you probably are not talking to actually really important people, just people who are like sort of like administrative, and they're going to take care of it for you, of course.
Yeah.
Because that's easily done for them.
Perfect. With that, I think he now has an extra pep in his step. He, as much as he is confused by, I don't think at this point he's really fearful of that situation, but the fact that he was in a room with a very pretty lady, and the fact that she showed that much interest in him and his boyish mindset, he's just like, hey, I feel, hey, I feel quite, as manly.
Yeah.
I was able to finally get some rest that I needed. I was able to process in a bit of what was happening, and now he has a purpose on what he wants to do beyond just the clinic.
Yeah.
And I feel like, it's like a different calling. Obviously the clinic and the brothel is something that kind of was thrust onto him, which he took, right? And he like, I would love to help with this, but it was unexpected, right? So it never felt like his ownership.
Yeah.
This is something that he's taking initiative to do. Even the clinic was something he had to do as part of who he is and what, for the British government and all of that as an SOE. This though is he's taking the initiative, so he likes that. And so with that mindset, he goes, and I'd say he probably goes straight to his clinic first, because all things considered, big holiday just happened. Which already usually implies a higher level of clientele, and then on top of that, remembering the scenes from last night with everything that had happened, he knows that people are hurting. And so he goes directly to his clinic, tries to open it up, and probably deals with any clients that come his way.
So, when you arrive at your clinic, which is pretty nice, right? You leveraged your status to get some good equipment, which does mean, of course, that a lot of Germans come to your clinic, and a lot of people who are sympathetic to the German occupation come to your clinic because you are now sort of famous a little bit. Yeah, you're sort of famous. People think well of you who are in that particular circle. And you have a receptionist at your clinic who was sort of provided to you by your friends. And she is, so if you are married in France, either Vichy or occupied, you're not allowed, and you're a woman, you're not allowed to work. Your husband should be taking care of you, which is pretty awkward if your husband is not able to work, or in an internment camp, for example. So if you have a receptionist who's working here, she's not married. She could be widowed, or she's probably not married yet. There is women can't vote yet in France at this point in time, and it's a very sort of patriarchal kind of oppressive space for women. So you don't tend to have, but a lot of women need money to eat and get food, you know what I mean? So it's not the best situation. But you have this receptionist, and this receptionist is probably about 20, 21, something like that. French woman, quite young, because she's working. And she seems to you to be She's a receptionist, which means she's not rich or wealthy, but she's gone to school. She's intelligent. She's not like super poor working class. I'd say a good middle class young lady who is probably happy to get a pretty good job thanks to her German friends. And, you know, you haven't been here very long. Your clinic's fairly fresh and new. And so you don't know her particularly well, but I mean, because she's not been here very long. But she smiles when you arrive, and she's happy to sort of get things all set up. And when you get there and you're sort of unpacked, and she's sort of unpacking her things because she was sort of waiting to get things going.
Do I know her name, by the way?
You do. Her name is Honorine Leclerc.
So as I walk in, I say, "Oh, to hear, Miss Leclerc."
Oui. You had a message?
Oh, thank you. Let me, if you don't mind, let me just settle in. And then he reaches into his pocket, because now that he knows that I know I have a receptionist, and I pull out a simple pound cake as kind of like just a.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to properly introduce myself. We haven't had the chance, so I know we haven't had the chance to work long enough. But I do like to make it a point to treat my staff as people, and hopefully you had a Merry Christmas and a small token of gratitude for working here.
Oh, and she takes it, and she seems genuinely surprised. It's not like, I don't think she knew what to expect or not to expect, right? But like, this was a surprise to her, and she takes this, and she goes, "Oh, your doctor, I didn't. Oh, she says, I will bring you some food from my mother tomorrow."
You cannot. No, he's like genuinely chuffed, because he's like, to him, home cooked meals are the biggest form of love or kindness.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like, in such times, that is the biggest gift one can ask. I'm sorry, my little thing is too paltry compared to that.
No. I don't know if you have diet restrictions.
At this point, whatever restrictions I've had have been out the window, just because the nature of my job. But
now,
anything.
You know how rationing goes. You'll probably be getting a vegetarian meal. Probably.
Exactly.
Because of how rationing is going.
What he
Yeah.
is.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
No.
Ooh, yeah. My mother makes we have a soup.
That sounds lovely. I'll be right back, and let me go settle in, and
of course,
if you don't mind the message after. And then he kind of goes in, kind of just makes sure like he puts the stuff away, and kind of situates himself a bit, starts looking at some of the paperwork on his desk, and he goes up, and he kind of just like nods her and kind of waves her in.
She leans over, and she comes in. Monsieur?
You mentioned you had a message.
Oui. And she sort of comes over, and she hands you this sort of little piece of paper, and she hands it to you. And she clearly has taken the note, and it says, a Lakshmi Roy stopped by.
Oh shit! I forgot about her.
I did not. I did not at all. Stopped by, and would like to have lunch. And there's like a phone number.
Oh, do you know what time this came through?
Oh, oui. She stopped by in person. A lovely woman. She stopped by. Probably around 11.
Okay. Well, can you let me know what my schedule is like? Do I have too many clients?
Oh, and she goes, one moment, and she looks, and she's like pulls out a little like a little pad, and she goes through her notes, and she's you have some she looks, and she sort of tilts her head, and she tries to figure out how to say this delicately.
Mm-hmm.
She says, you have a number of soldiers who are coming in for I'm not quite certain who has recommended you, but a number of soldiers have come in for penicillin.
Oh. Is that code for something?
STDs.
Oh. Oh. You seem like visibly sigh. Schedule them in.
I don't know. Someone must have recommended you as a place where people can go discreetly to deal with personal.
Does this have anything to do with me, like, helping people? Is that what this is? Okay.
Probably about the fact that you were working at that brothel, because who goes at brothel? A bunch of soldiers. But if soldiers have STDs, they're gonna get in trouble. If they like go to like more official spaces, they might get in trouble. So you seem to be friendly. This is your guess, right? That some people have probably recommended you to those people who probably do not want other people to know that they have STDs, like their commanding officers. And you seem to be German friendly, and you seem okay, right? So there's like a kind of a bit of a reputation sort of coming as a person who
is easy to be with,
is discreet,
yes,
right? With matters that involve sex. So, right, and sex and sexuality and that sort of thing. And so you have like a whole raft of German soldiers who clearly do not want to go to their doctors, but they would not want to go to like some rando doctor who they don't know if is resistance or not, but you seem to be vetted, so it's okay. And so you have a bunch of soldiers who are all fairly young, right? A lot of them are quite young, 18, 19, fresh off the farm, as it were, in Paris for their rest and relaxation. They're sort of stationed here for like relaxation, and they did things that involved them needing to come to see you to get treatment.
Of course, and he will see them, but he at this point is very much the be careful where you stick your sword into, what scabbard you put your sword into, kind of a sort of like a talk to them. He goes, you don't want it to get rusty, do you? Like all swords, what not well cared for ought to.
Now, I will note this. It's just a vibe you get. They think you are not that old. Do you know what I mean? But you're older than they are, and you're a doctor, and there's kind of like
it's a hierarchy of position rather than age.
Although you do seem a little bit older to them as well. Just because you have a kind of full-time professional job, right? In a way that like you seem a little bit older.
And I'm growing a beard, man.
Yeah. And you're growing a beard, and they there's a little bit of like, oh man, our dad's telling us, right? But they do listen.
I show them pictures.
Oh, yeah, okay. Then they're like, oh.
Now this young lad right here. 17, maybe 16.
And like, there's a lot of like awkwardness here. Now,
and Preetam is very nonchalant about it.
Yes.
He's like,
oh yes.
Oh, this is like I've seen so many of these careless young fellows.
Well, I'm going to ask you a question, because you have a whole parade of young soldiers coming through your office. Would you like to make a discover action to gather some intel?
I would.
What skill would you like to use? The skill you use will determine what kind of info you get. If you do medicine, you'll be able to get medical kind of information. Tradecraft would be a way to get more spy-related information, but they're not going to. You're successful, they're not going to know what you're doing.
Right. I think definitely
awareness will get you different things, right? Empathy, different things.
Right. I think. I definitely think through them, considering they have, but they're so young. What level of intel would they even know? Like it just would be.
They're the soldiers on the ground.
Yeah.
They're they're guards. They're patrolmen. They're on checkpoints. Like you're getting a lot of people who are like enlisted, right? Like privates, who are.
I think I know what I want to do. I actually want to use empathy.
Okay.
Because I want them to feel, because they're already kind of feeling it, that I am someone that they can trust to go to kind of help deal with those problems, which I'm happy to do. Even if I'm kind of, to dissuade them in
Yep.
the future to doing it and kind of make them uncomfortable about it. But at the same time, the fact that I'm willing to treat them and treat them as human beings, I want to use empathy to kind of just be someone, hey, he's my friendly doctor. I can talk to him. I can come there and just be myself and talk about my problems. Just long hours of guard duty for this certain person, you know? Things like that.
Okay. Roll that empathy roll.
Yes.
Because you're going sort of total.
Oh, okay, thank you. At least that's not bad.
Yep. Because you're doing not after one individual, but kind of like a group of people, and you are a doctor, and you're sort of like, and this is not a very difficult challenge to get people to sort of open up about their feelings, not work necessarily. It doesn't seem like it's work. It's just like, how are you doing, right? As their doctor, and you have confidentiality. That is only a fair challenge. So you do beat it. So you may ask me one question. What would you like to know after you spend, like, you're looking at like 20, 30 fellows who've all sort of lined themselves up for this afternoon.
Why are so many of them here? What are they trying to do? Are they here just for drills? Are they about to deploy somewhere? Do they have anything coming up that would, prevent them from seeing me?
That is an excellent question. Loose lips sink ships. However, you are so trustworthy. Is what I'm going to say. So as you're treating them, this is interesting because these are just the regular soldiers, They're not the planners, but they're the people who know a lot more than you think they would. Do you know what I mean?
The voices that down the chain of command, sometimes they hear little things that are trickling down.
Yes, and they've got to get they're the ones who know whether or not you have food, whether or not you don't have food, like how people are being treated, and they gossip, right? And they talk to each other and they hear things. And you also have a good cross section of people. You have people who are not all from one unit, right? You have like a sort of a mix of people who've come in from different places, who are all here. And listening to them and being empathetic and letting him talk about their problems, you get a number of things. One, you get a couple of interesting sort of just tidbits in general. One thing is that the people who are stationed here are grateful that they're here and not in the Eastern Front, because that is not going well. Rumor has had it that it is not going very well at all in the East. Now, what you get, and you sort of know this, is that this is a really nice assignment. Like, if you can be stationed here, it's really nice. And it's often, there's this sort of like a saying that every soldier should be stationed in Paris at one point, right? So this is sort of kind of like reward for good behavior is to be stationed in Paris, where it's occupied. You don't really have much trouble. You're not like, this is a great assignment. And so there's a way in which the framing of this, generally speaking, is that this is a great place to be stationed. Everything is fine. There are no troubles. And also, like, you'll be rotated off of this sort of like hard duty out there and sort of brought back in. And this is where you find some interesting things, I would say, in your sort of talking to people. And by interesting, I might mean a little bit disturbing. And I think what I would say to you is, one, people are not as comfortable here in Paris as they should be because they keep getting assassinated. And when it comes to assassinations, this is... they're being shot on the street by random civilians who are probably communists. And that means that it's often them who are being shot, right?
The soldiers.
These soldiers. Now, sometimes they hit an officer. Like, sometimes they'll hit some bigger folks. But that takes a bit more planning. And sometimes people are just angry and they see you out and they shoot you. And that means for these regular soldiers who are just on patrol, there's a lot of tension and stress that is happening about this. So what is supposed to be like this very pleasant assignment is less pleasant. That said, you do get something. And it's not about, oh, we're being deployed. It's a couple of other things. You hear from a couple of people who've come in from the East on to rest. And you get things from them because they are very disturbed. They're very traumatized. Like, they've been brought out here and they're not doing so well. And they don't really talk too much about it, but you start getting, with enough of them, a sense that one of the reasons why, and it's like a little comment here, when one of them says something, their buddy says, like, oh, it's like, we had to round up these people and how, like, upsetting that is. And, like, one of them is upset because they were told, right, that they weren't going to be doing this anymore, that they weren't going to be doing these roundups anymore, that wasn't what they were going to do, because they were told from the higher up the chain of command in the army that they weren't going to do this anymore, the hostage policy. And some of them are grumbling because every time they take hostages, they get shot, right? Like, clearly there's like, this is like an escalating thing where some communists shoot some German, then they round up a bunch of French civilians and then kill them. And then because they've killed French civilians, the resistance, mostly the communists, right? This is when they talk about resistance at this point about who are being violent, are mostly talking about communists, then go and shoot them. And so it's this like back and forth where this cycle, right? And you get this sense that the German military command would like to stop this hostage policy, because one of them sort of mentions that, oh, like they actually thought they were told that they're going to stop doing it. And then someone's like, oh yeah, but then the SS came in and basically demanded that it start up again. And after the Nightingale, did you hear about the Nightingale shield? There was like this 3 assassination attempts against her. And then like, and so then there's like basically like this, the Berlin Nightingale, she's this big, huge figure for morale. And then she was captured. And that sort of seemed to give people, the SS, the ammunition to sort of force this hostage policy through again. And as you can see, because you're not seeing just soldiers, sometimes you've got some people who are in the SS, different folks here. You clearly have this moment where the SS wants to shoot a lot of people in this hostage policy and are going back to Germany for it. But it's the soldiers who end up getting shot most of the time, and they don't seem to want to do that, nor does it seem that their command thinks this is a good idea. Like, there's like some arguments. It almost comes to blows, right, in the waiting room about this policy. But as this is going on and people are talking about like they shot 100 people and that was really outrageous, or like 50 people, there are a couple of soldiers there who, you overhear this, right? Because you've got a lot of people, so you kind of have a lot of them sort of lined up a little bit. It was like, well, what? 100 people is nothing. You've not seen anything unless you've been on the Eastern Front. They're rounding up entire villages and just shooting everyone. They're making us do it. It's just open graves. And as things are going, you're hearing that they're just like, they're killing people. And I don't mean, like, as you hear it, it's not like here, this is like a retaliation process. Like, these are hostages. Many of the people that they take are people who might have had a criminal record, or they're Jewish, or they're communist, right? So some kind of like retaliation. It's gotten a little bit worse because now they're just retaliating against people in the same neighborhood. So if there's an attack in this neighborhood, they're just going to round up people from that neighborhood and just kill them. So that if you live in that neighborhood, maybe you'll inform instead, right? Like, it's kind of a bit of a sort of a terror process. But little hints are coming out that on the Eastern Front, they're just rounding up 10, 20,000 Jewish people, Roma people, bringing them together, shooting them all, dumping them in a mass grave for no reason, not for a retaliation, but they're just emptying out villages of mostly Jewish people on the East. And the people who are mentioning this, who've come back to France for their rest and relaxation, seem a little, the soldiers seem a little bit haunted by this. And some of them are talking about how little hints here and there that actually there are these SS units now who are sort of like in the military, but they're like SS people with like military uniforms, and they're just killing people. Like, they're these special volunteer units, of special kind
the
of
Eastern Front, or here in
on the
Paris
Eastern
as well?
Front. And they're these sort of like volunteer SS units who are like, and you can see some grumbling because some of them, how do I put this? They don't think the SS is the military because they're not, right? They're not the military. They're like, civilian police forces, something, but they're forming these sort of paramilitary units that they're being attached to the military, and then they're just doing these things. And
they feel they don't have the right to do these things, and somehow they're doing it.
Yeah.
Without any repercussions.
Yeah. And so there's a lot of like, you're getting the sense that whatever's happening out east, it's not good. It's really bad. If you thought that them taking people's fur coats and rounding up 50 hostages because somebody was shot was a problem, you're getting whispers and rumors that something very bad is happening out east that is not... Theoretically, the hostage policy has a military function. Theoretically, although you're getting the sense this is being driven actually by the SS. And that function would be, if you attack our soldiers, we're going to kill you, right? So don't. As a way to sort of like try to pressure people not to do that. But you're getting the sense that something else is happening out on the Eastern Front. And
is it something, does it sound like information that is, even though it's rumored, is it something that might have already leaked to, say, the Allied camps at all, in any sense of the word?
You do not have the sense that this information has come out at all. You've not heard about it. You've not heard about it in the news. You get the sense, as they're talking, that a lot of this is being hidden, which is also why they're a little, like, we're not talking about battles, right? We're talking about just going in and murdering an entire town. And of civilians, and you can hear them, like women, children, old people, just murdering entire towns, and then hiding the bodies, hiding them in mass graves.
So, two things. One, I don't know if this would work as an invoke, or in what way this would exactly work, but so I feel like Preetam at this point kind of seems to have a certain level of favor towards the military side, simply because of his speech that he gave, kind of deriding them, deriding the SS.
People think that about you, certainly.
Yeah. On top of that, being this shoulder to cry on, essentially, for these soldiers, Preetam would like to hint at the fact that if they don't like some of the stuff that they're doing here in Paris, he can't affect those things there, but they clearly came here as a rest and relaxation to get away from those sort of things and didn't really want to do them, and yet are still kind of doing them here. Kind of like that teacher that loves giving out hall passes. He is implying that if you want to get out of those situations, I can perhaps, put in your medical record how you may be a little ill or have some sort of a condition that cannot be exacerbated, etc., etc. Essentially, giving them that medical pass to get out of certain situations in the attempt to weaken these drives to round up people.
So that's amazing. I love that. We should talk about what this might be, because there are two things you can do here, right? If you want to sort of hit something really big, that's a faction action with your with Bricktops. Well, the Roses. You're the Roses now. The Roses of Paris, and that would be undermine. Like, this is a classic undermine attack, without a doubt. Like, that is what this is. I mean, right? This is, I would say, you're very good at undermining. That's something that you're good at as a cell, clearly. What I would say is, I would give you this as an option. One, you can make a medical roll, which you can use to create an advantage to help an undermine roll for the group as a whole.
I like that. I would like to do that, please.
Please do. Because you're using your medicine, to... Hi, everyone. Hello. How are you all doing? We...
Time skip. 20 years into the future now.
20 years in the future. So, and that's how you assassinated Hitler and...
saved Germany and the
ended
world.
The war.
Single-handedly.
Single-handedly. Hey, everyone. Thank you for waiting. we had some kind of power outage, like one of those kind of like everything shut down for about 5 seconds, and then I had to boot everything back up again, which takes a little bit more than 5 seconds. So thank you for sticking with us. Thank you. When we were leaving, we just had this like really exciting moment where the prince was deciding to do some undermining of war readiness through hall passes, basically, right? Getting people, saying that so-and-so's maybe not fit for duty right now, maybe so-and-so needs a little bit of time, and I wanted you to create an advantage, if you would, using your medicine to, just start seeding some flat feet and extra time for folks, if you would.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm taking it. Wait 1 second. Preetam is. There we go. I had to check that out.
Yes.
With that being said, so I must say that can I re-roll the medic because all things considered, or
yeah,
technically
sure.
that fair was that medic roll.
Oh yeah, no, please. I mean, there was a, what do you call it, a power outage. You can't be
a
held
will of
liable
God.
for a power outage. Please go ahead.
Yes. Yay! Hey, I like that.
This is good.
More power outages, please.
More power outage. This was, after all, a good. You needed a 3, so you're going to get an advantage with one free invoke, and let's call this. I'll put a P there for you. We'll call this hall pass. Hall pass to the occupying forces with one free invoke. And I would like to know if you would like the faction to take an undermine.
I would.
All right then. So
this is an entire purpose of this is to undermine the SS.
So
and prevent them from.
My question for you is, which organization would you like to undermine? Because you have I can actually show you all. This is lovely. Let's go over here. Let's go to our Op4 chart.
Ooh.
Hi everybody. Here's our Op4. We have this lovely Op4 chart. We have, with the military administration in France at the top, which currently does not seem to have, they have a lot of stress resources ready and they have no consequences. You have the military intelligence, the Abwehr, the German embassy. You have the Einstab Reichsleiter Rosenberg, which none of you have actually investigated. You don't really know what it does. You have the SS, which are not in a good space right now. As you can tell, they have a bunch of consequences from what you all did to them at the end of last season, and it takes a while to recover, and it's only been 10, 11 days, right? It takes 1 month to recover a mild for an organization, 2 for a major, and 4 for a severe. So it's going to take them a while. So they've got their resources, but they have no open consequence slots. You have the French Gestapo there, the propaganda department, the Paris police, heavy industry, rails, roads, and transport, and then also the French Popular Party, which are like a bunch of like militant collaborationists. So you've got a bunch of people coming through your practice that work for the military administration, the military intelligence, Nazi SS. You probably also have some French Gestapo coming through because they also need... yes. So those would be the people who are coming through, and I would like to know, who would you like to undermine?
Crap. So I have a quick question. So is it when they lose their resources is when they drop a tier, or
if they get taken out?
Is that tiers? Is that tiers system? Okay.
Yeah. It's when they get.
So how are they taken out?
So just like a person is, right? That if you cannot soak the shifts in damage that you get from an attack through your stress, which we call resources, and your consequences, then you must lower one of your skills. And if lowering one of your skills means that you can no longer actually be on that level,
Hmm.
right? Because your level is 1 minus your highest skill. So you all have
Right.
you're level 2 right now, which means you have a level 3 skill. And if you had to drop a skill because somebody took you out, you'd have to pick a skill to lower on that pyramid. You basically lose 1 rank in a skill. And if you can no longer maintain that 3, then you're down to a 2, and all of a sudden you lose a level.
Got it.
So they lost a level in their top skill. They couldn't. Their skill pyramid couldn't hold, so they dropped down 1, and they cannot go back up while they have consequences on them because you have to recover first. So yeah, you have options about who you would like to perhaps undermine.
I mean, I do kind of want to undermine the Nazis.
I mean, they're all the German occupiers.
I think that's who I'd like to undermine.
The SS?
Yeah.
I see. Well, that's rude, but I'm here for it.
Bring them down.
I am here for
Nazis.
Yeah. Also, just for the record, they are at a less good position, right? Than because they have no open consequence slots. Like they just don't have any. So
Right.
if you can get past their resources, which right now their top box is a 3. So if you can do more than 3 damage, 3 shifts of what they did, if you can like get a net of basically 4 or more, they're going to have to lose some of their skill. Right?
Yes.
You're going to hurt them. So why don't we see how this goes? I have one. Let me pull up my Nazi SS character sheet, but not let you all see it, because you don't need to see it.
And I need to the Roses of Paris sheet,
and
then click on. Oh, come on.
You're going to have to
character
use
sheet and then undermine.
Yeah, you're going to have to use.
And I have an advantage, right?
Yes, you do. You're going to have to use.
Sorry.
Your you have to use one of your resources, right? So click off your 1, because it takes resources to make an attack.
I see. Okay, so.
But you get back 1 resource a day for like the lower ones.
Where do I?
It's under stress.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So under Roses of Paris, character sheet, go back in there, go down. Ready. I see readiness, tactical, and readiness strategic.
Yes, and it's your tactical first, because your tactical come back faster than your strategic. But
so I'll lose the first box, right? Just click that.
Yep, you just click it. So one of the things about the faction actions is if you go full on out and like make lots and lots of attacks, then you have no stress to resist if people attack you back. So it's like a nice balance of how much do you want to use.
Right.
I'm going to tell you some terrible things after you make this roll, and by terrible I don't mean for you. So
okay.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
Not for you.
All right.
So
I will now use, since I took that action, I will use undermine now, right?
Yes, please.
Let's go. Give their ass. Yeah.
Let's see what this roll is, my friend. Oh, this is great. Oh, I see. That's a very good roll. And you get a +2 for all of the medical things you're doing. I would like to ask you, how else are you undermining them in this moment? Because you have you all, right? And like you all know, like you have a couple people who are like sort of like attached here and there. You also have, I'm going to just check because I believe this is possible. You have the working women who are your sub-faction, and they also have undermine, which means you can get a +1 from them as a teamwork bonus.
I would like that, because what I would like to do is any Nazi officers, any SS officers or members who do go to them, no, not immediately, but over time seem to be suddenly very ill. And coming down with certain things.
Yes. And your working women are not just working women in brothels, but you have like secretaries, you have cleaning women, you've got like a small cell of people who work in different ways, right, throughout these organization. a maid here, a reporter there, like
Yeah.
a secretary there.
Because I would imagine, as a
Yeah.
doctor, I would know that
Mhm,
I have STDs.
mhm,
I have ways of extracting said STDs,
yes.
and then providing containers of
Yep.
STDs to these working women, who
Mhm.
then obviously would not apply to themselves, but
Mhm,
in the throes of
mhm,
passion, and
mhm,
during which I would imagine them having dropped some of
mhm,
their guard.
mhm, mhm, mhm.
I would imagine some method of
Yeah.
getting in, contracting certain things. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah. I'm going to roll my security, which is what I need to resist this, what is currently
so it would be a 7 at this
a
point, then, right?
7.
Because 2 plus another 1.
Yep. This is a 7. So I'm thinking you're probably spending most of the day, right, doing a lot of psychological and medical undermining, right?
Yep.
And have to pass out a little bit of word to some of the people that work with you. My exciting SS, they're not that exciting. They're going to go and see what we get. We're going to roll on this one. They roll a 3, a 3. Okay, that's good, right? Before I tell you something that you probably want to know that I don't want to tell you, but I'm totally going to tell you because I love it. I am going to spend my 1 fate point. And this 1 fate point I'm going to use with their major goal, which is to wrest actual control of Paris from the military so they can advance the Holocaust, because they're very motivated, to try to, keep their discipline together. So I'm going to bring that up to a 5 versus your 7.
And I would like to use one of my fate points.
No, you can, but before you do, I would like to just point out something. It's important. So, you know how when you get a consequence because you've been injured in a fight in some kind of a way, and a consequence is also an aspect that can be invoked. And when you put a consequence on someone, you give them 1 free invoke, as, for example, Nicoletta used, because you were enthralled with her, to get that little bonus. You all messed them up a little bit earlier, and they have some aspects with some invokes on them that are currently free, if you can tie this into this undermining effort.
Which one? I'm looking.
Well, they have... they believe that the Wannsee Conference is safe, which I don't think will be particularly relevant to this one.
I'm trying to figure out which aspects. Scene, is it the scene aspect?
No, it's actually all those little... I will actually point them out to you so that the audience can see them as well. Hello, audience. Let me show you. Hello. Let's go to our map view. So if you're looking at your big play mat here, I think I put you there. Yes, I have.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking for the
Oops. Yes. Hey, hey, audience. Just in case you want to know, that's Nicoletta right there. That's her. She's hanging out. But to get back here, so these character aspects are all aspects that are attached to your people. These here are sort of larger aspects of like factions or scenes. The BB are, you all have to change that to roses, right? You have some barrels of expensive wine. You have some heroin. You know where the Nazi identify inventory is. The industry, they're messed up. They have a lost factory. You're also the talk of the town, which is a negative, and then the snakes are the criminal faction that Frida hangs out with. The Carlingu are the French Gestapo, and transport, y'all have been doing some numbers on them, which is great. I appreciate it and I approve of it. But these 3 here, auto-released, the Wannsee Conference believed safe, and leadership disgraced, are the 3 consequences that they currently have on them. Leadership disgrace doesn't have any free invokes, but auto-released has 1, and the Wannsee Conference believes safe has another. I do not think that the Wannsee Conference believes safe would be relevant, but maybe auto being released could be used.
I think I would like to use that auto is released aspect, aspect, in the sense that on top of that, that already was something that was demoralizing them.
Yep.
And then watching repeatedly all the people who are supposed to help them in their next processes, like next set of roundups, from the military side suddenly becoming sick, to the SS side suddenly losing their soldiers to diseases and various things, and officers and whatnot, where now they're very demoralized and are unsure. They feel like every step that they are taking is not working.
Yeah.
And they are second guessing themselves and whether or not they are able to achieve what they're able to achieve or they wish to achieve.
And so we'll use that on that auto released. And let's just make that a nice 0, that one. So you are at a 9 versus their 5, which is what you need to have them lose another skill level. I don't have any more fate points, but I do have Talk of the Town, which I could use that because I have free invoke on that one. Talk of the Town.
But what was the Talk of the Town for? The Talk of the Town was for the Nicoletta for sending the note out, right?
No. Talk of the Town is for the faction itself, the Roses, because you're a little bit too visible, right? A little bit too famous. You were kind of a little bit high profile, which makes it a little bit more difficult to do your undermining subtly and not be caught. So I'm going to invoke that, which is the last thing I have. It's the last thing I have, which will bring me to 7 versus your 9.
And you said I needed a 4.
If you want to make them lose another skill level.
Yep. I will be using a fate point.
Okay.
And I will be using as a faction, because I'm assuming that I'd have to use a faction.
You can use, right? Well, you can use faction, you can use game, you can use their own aspects as well.
I see.
You can use anything that is on the table, anywhere. If it's on the table, you can use it. Including, if you could even use your faction action, your faction elements, aspects for yourself and your personal struggles, if they were useful.
If that's the case, what can I use it for? You go away so I can take a better look at this. I will use Harshest Winters in Years. Harshest Winter in Years.
Yeah, that's really good.
So I will use that to basically, because they already hate now going out there because they're so demoralized. And
Absolutely.
on top of that, they have to do this in the dead of winter, where it's so goddamn cold.
Absolutely.
They don't want it.
Absolutely. That's awesome. Because the Harshest Winter in Years, that makes sense. They are not feeling good. They do not want to be out there. They've got like a flu. You know what I mean? And like you've written reports. And I imagine also, would you... I'm going to ask you a question afterwards, because we'll see how this goes. I can't do anything about that, which means you do 4 shifts to the SS, and they cannot soak 4 shifts. They just can't. They don't have the resources for it, which means they're going to lose a skill level. They, however, are not going to lose a level because they have 3 skills at level 3. But that does mean that they are now weaker. When they try to go after you, they are going to be less effective, and it will be harder for them to get better. Do you know what I mean? Like this is think about it this way.
They still have two skills left, or 3 skills left?
They have 3 good skills, 3 fair, and 3 average. But actually, hey everybody, I'll let you see this just because we're friends. We're friends. Here you go. Let me make it so this is visible for you all. There we go. So if you see, they've got their top skills are intelligence, leadership, and undermine. Their fair skills are assault, deflection, security, and their average are mobility, propaganda, and resources. They have to lower one of their skills. If they lower undermine, it can't go here, right? Because that doesn't actually, because there's nothing to support it. So what's going to happen is they're going to have to drop something. It's going to cascade downwards, right? They're going to have to drop one of their 3s down to a 2, and then they're going to have to actually then drop a 2 down to a 1. They're going to they're going to have to drop 2 skills because their pyramid cannot support just dropping 1. So they're going to drop 2 skills. So they're going to be at a 2, 3, 4 now. So you have just knocked them down in 2 of their skills, which means it's going to be harder for them to do things, right? They're going to have to work much, much harder to do things against you. And I'm going to have to figure out which of those so that one thing that you did drops them 2 skills, which makes them much, much weaker. Much weaker. Much weaker. And this is awesome. And I can't wait for next week when the news comes out about all these terrible things that is happening, because like things are beginning to fall apart already, and that's not good at all. By the way, brilliant use of a faction action right there. Brilliant use of a faction action. Oh yes.
Thank you.
And that just cost you one of your resources, just one of your personal resources as a faction. Using your skills to just mess them up, right? And yeah, that's not great for them. And they're also not in a good position right now. They're getting weaker. They're still at that level where they're at, but that's not great for them.
A couple more dominoes.
That's what it is, right? A couple more dominoes, and they're down further. And then their power in the city, with each step, that's harder and harder. And now, let's say they wanted to... So intelligence, leadership, and undermine are their top 3, were. Intelligence they use to find out things about you, like where you are, what you're up to, so they can then attack you. Leadership lets you, for example, put your consequences in recovery, which they do have to deal with that, and that will be harder, right? And undermine is to like mess you all up. So basically it's going to be more difficult for them to act against you. Also, they don't have any consequence slots open, so they can't be very aggressive right now. They have to heal and recover, and you're picking at them while they're trying to recover. There was a solo episode where some bad things happened to the SS right now. Some communists somehow escaped the SS headquarters. Who knows how that happened?
Yeah, I don't know anybody who would have done that.
Yeah. So that is where they are. And as you spend, I think, probably a good part of the day either in your clinic or probably afterwards, at
the working women.
Yeah. So
kind of
chatting with working with some of the people that sort of sending a message along here and there. You can probably send a message along to the dead drop for Falstaff for him to sort of send some things. So you're sending off these little notes to just start, things like maybe one of the working women is a cook, and that cook, some things happen. Or maybe better is cleaning staff for one of the places where they eat. And then maybe the food is not, and how do I put this?
Laundry. Some of their underwear feels extra itchy.
Yeah, these are all just these little things. And the thing about their security, they've done this thing wherein they've reserved many things to be for Germans only. So this restaurant, only Germans get to eat there. That brothel, only Germans get to go to that brothel. That movie theater, only Germans. So like they've just like moved in, and as you walk through the streets of Paris, you'll see signs in German, right? Where these are for soldiers only, which conveniently means if you wanted to do a little bit of subtle undermining, means you know exactly which restaurants or brothels or movie theaters to go to just do a little...
They've corralled themselves into these places.
They did indeed. And you have your sub-faction, they go off and do some things, you put out some words, you use your medical expertise and your connections to just do those little things. A certain percentage more of people end up having time off than before. Some people get sick. It's also really, really cold. And you offer, and then some people will take you up on that offer that, maybe they're just a little bit too sick to go out. And all of a sudden, the patrols on the streets are a little bit lighter. And because you're specifically targeting the SS, all of a sudden, there are not as many people there to go and take the reports for the informants, or to try to find out what's happening with the communists, or who might have helped them, or what's going on there. All of these little things that are trickling through. And remember, they have a big goal, which is to round up a whole bunch of people and kill them. And that is going to be a little bit harder for them right now because their resources are stretched thin and they look real bad at this moment. And this is just that little cherry, right? Well, all of a sudden, maybe they don't feel like going to work today. And they have to, but then they're a little bit sluggish, right? Or here and there, and maybe for all I know, you're able to go and chat with somebody at one of the larger hospitals, and maybe some of the drug supplies there that they'll be getting are a little bit ineffective, right? So you can just sort of use your medical, use your medical for this, right? Use your medical skills to just...
And if anybody ever comes asking, like, hey, why are a lot of my, like any officer comes asking, why are all my soldiers taking time off? You'd be like, my job is to be a doctor and keep them at peak condition. And I've determined that if they continue with the direction that they are going, they will not be able to be effective when it is necessary. So now that they are here in this more or less combat intensive zone, this is their time to do so. If you don't provide this, how will they be effective soldiers in the front lines?
That is very reasonable. I have a question for you. Would you like a fate point? Let me tell you about this a little bit. Oh, okay. I should bring up... don't let me forget. I need to go and, like, cascade down those skills. I'm going to keep that right up there. One of our aspects is exposed. And I would like to say that you, by signing all of these forms, could be exposed as part of these wink links. And so I would posit that I will give you a fate point if your name is a little bit too upfront, is a little bit too exposed, and you become a bit of a target, a bit more of a target for Dr. Bones. But Dr. Bones starts deciding that you are a bit of a problem.
Listen, I already have him on my ass. I have Nicoletta on my ass, literally. And then through her, and through her, I probably will have Elias Yeager on my ass. And so now you're suggesting, hey, let's get this guy on your ass even more.
Yeah. So if you want that to happen, I will give you a fate point. If you don't want it to happen, you must give me your last fate point.
No, I'm good.
All right.
This is not... I feel like I can do a lot more continuing forward, a little bit more in the shadows.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So please spend your last fate point.
Oh.
Because you you have to give it to me to not have that happen.
I see. Okay, worth it. Absolutely worth it.
You know, that's just it's just one of those things.
Yes.
So you have no fate points. There are no fate points left, and you have spent the entire day after Christmas sending messages and slowly but very, very subtly undermining the war morale, specifically targeting the SS. So, you know, just a little bit more, you find out where the SS are going, what brothels they're going to, send things there. Their soldiers you give passes to a little bit more than the other ones, you know, and... you know, perhaps when you're talking to people, you just sort of like float some things here or there. And the SS is... they're so demoralized right now. They are not doing well at all. And I'm going to ask you what you do when you hear a knock on your clinic door well past closing time. Well past the time that your secretary, Honorine, has left, and you're just...
Why am I still here?
You're probably finishing up all that stuff, right? You've got a lot of people to get through, and a lot of forging documentation, a lot of... You've got a...
little late night oil needs to be burnt for some things. Oh God, I wish we had the telecom systems or like a ring system. Why can't we have rings in this era? But no, I'm kidding. And my only way of checking outside, I'm assuming I still have a key, like a peephole to look out, and like at this point, like the curtains are drawn to the clinic, so no one really can look inside.
Absolutely.
So I would like to take a peek to see who's out there.
Out there. Now, I'm going to note, just for the record, that you are in your office. The lights are on, so
true.
People
but
know.
They don't need to know I'm looking.
No, but they know that someone is in there still. And as you peep, there is and Coldrick says, plus, end of day inventories. You have so many things to do, right? That's not mysterious.
As a doctor.
You're a doctor, and you probably have like one of your last sort of patients sort of leaving. But out there is Lakshmi Roy.
Oh. Trooper, you don't know how bad, how quickly my heart was. I thought it was Elias. I genuinely thought that he was out there. I'm like, oh, I'm so fucked. I am so effed right now. Oh, okay. Oh, just like Preetam, I am pleasantly surprised.
You do have neighborhood helper as one of your aspects that's just out there on the table, and so she's at your clinic door.
Yeah, obviously.
You can't see her full form, but she's there.
Yes. So, as Chad asks, am I sure it's not Elias dressed as Lakshmi Roy?
He's slightly taller.
Yeah, and less brown.
Yes, and less brown, and also more of a serial killer. She's way less of a serial killer.
As if that's a look. And so, yes, so Preetam, who is also very pleasantly surprised, opens the door and looks out and goes, "Oh, Madame, it's been a while.
I must tell you that there is something about her that you notice once you open the door."
Oh.
Wait. I need to make sure that this happens in the most exciting way.
I've had a lot of excitement already. Okay.
Let's see if I get this right.
Am I supposed to be looking somewhere? Oh.
You open the door, and there, on the other side of the door, is Lakshmi Roy, and in her hand, she's holding something.
Uh-huh.
Something that smells delicious.
I hate you so much.
And she has like a ceramic plate with a sort of like a cloth over it, and you can smell. Are those samosas? Perhaps. Might be. You certainly smell some curry, perhaps, under that sort of cloth, as she stands in front of your door with food that smells like it's from home.
And best friend. I thought generally she had like a dead body in her hands or something.
Well, that would be exciting, but no.
Samosas are always more exciting.
Yes, they are.
And so, and Preetam sees this, taken aback, and then immediately you see him with the smell, and actually genuinely seeing someone who thinks is a kind person, or at least someone of home, in front of him in a sea of strangers, bursts into a smile.
And she says in Hindi, "Doctor, I've seen that your light is still on."
Wo to hai.
Somewhat late. I bet you haven't eaten.
थोड़ा तो भूख तो है. अंदर आ सकते हो?
And
I invite her in.
she steps in. I knew that was the invitation. I knew it. And so she steps into the clinic with and it's not like it's interesting because you think about like how much food do people have access to at this moment. Luckily, a lot of the things that she needs are vegetables, right? So she's good there, and she does have some pull and some influence, so she does get a little bit more. But when you look at what she has, it is not extravagant. It's not like super rich and full of all this stuff. It's
Simple.
simple. It's like, okay, she's got some influence, but she's also not, if you remember, she's like a university student, right? So it's not like she has huge amounts. But she has made some food for you.
अरे यार पेट में तो चूहा दौड़ रहा है. I'm saying in my stomach I have mice, mice running around, meaning basically I'm fucking famished right now.
She says, well, I bet you haven't had anything like this for quite some time, and you've never had it like I make it. I make it as my mother does. And, well...
Everybody says that.
Oh.
But I'm always, and he goes, I'm always appreciative.
You know, I've been trying to catch you at your clinic, and I haven't been able to, and I'm glad that I've been able to see you today.
It's been a busy 10 days, an eventful one, let's just say, but it's nice seeing a friendly face. That's for sure.
Well, I've heard some rumors about you.
Oh. Hopefully good ones.
Yes. People around have said that you've been very kind to the people in the neighborhood.
I just do what I must. What is my responsibility?
Well, we should eat. And I thought, well, you know, I like to think of myself as modern and, you know, a good fighter for freedom, and I feel like fighters for freedom shouldn't be afraid to ask any sort of question. I don't think. Don't you?
Sounds like a loaded question, but I will take it and say yes, I agree. Please ask me what you must, or what you wish.
Well, I don't know if you would be interested, but I haven't been able to see, I haven't been able to go to the cinema in quite some time, and I thought that if you would be interested, we could, well, go to the cinema together. If that's not too bold. Although I am fighting for freedom, and freedom fighters are bold, so I feel like it's quite appropriate for me to ask. Don't I imagine? Yes. Do you also think so?
Preetam, you just see him not really react much. Reach out onto the tray, grab a samosa, take a bite. And you just see him savoring it, and then looks at her and goes, if there's more of these there, absolutely.
Well, all right then. You know, it's not too late if you wanted. We could go tonight. We could catch the last showing.
Oh, I do have some inventory I need to finish up, but as soon as... No. I'm almost done. If you don't mind, let me close shop. Would another 20 minutes be all right with you?
Absolutely.
Well, unless you'd wish to help out, but I don't wish to put you to work immediately as you came, especially with free gifts, so...
No. Well, we'll eat first, and then we'll do inventory, and then we'll see the cinema. And perhaps afterwards, we can talk about, well, perhaps the future of India.
Yes, a very simple topic for a night, isn't it?
Well, maybe we can talk about the future of India another day.
Wherever the night takes us, I'm open.
All right, I'm going to have to go and do some sort of alphabetizing, aren't I? It's always alphabetizing.
No, not quite. And then he go off, and I'm sure he has his own little system. Mm-hmm. And like as he goes around, he goes, no, not there.
And she's happy to help out, and she's like, what, 2 years older than you, I think.
I believe so, yes.
And she is it's a moment that's just sort of nice. Do you know what I mean? Because she
Yeah.
has been doing a lot of
Comfortable.
studying, a lot of work and things, and just the kind of simpleness of like working through inventory is actually pretty nice at that moment.
And I feel like along the way they have small talks
Yeah.
and chit chats about life and what they've been up to a
Mhm.
little bit. And I'm sure he will hear her about her studies at the
Mhm.
university.
Mhm.
Him being an academic himself,
Yes.
he probably has things he could chime in about
Mhm.
and talk about. So
And she's studying international law, and then she's talking about it, and she's she's sort of thinking about, and it's a little bit tricky because things have changed quite a lot recently, with Pearl Harbor and how the war effort is going, and she's noting these things but less interested in them than she is about famine at home, at sort of women who are textile workers who have been protesting, who've been arrested, and she's clearly very much still connected to people at home, mostly sort of like working class people, and like lower middle class people. And as she's speaking, you notice as she gets more comfortable with you that her, especially when she actually speaks a Hindi, that she's probably not upper middle class at all. She probably got somehow into schooling, right? Probably from just working really hard. And just from who she talks about, you get this sense that she is probably upper working class, like sort of like working class has been really
yeah.
sort of like, so maybe trades folks, like her mother probably worked in weaving, right? Sort of weaving rugs and tapestries, and she has seen a lot of poverty
Mm-hmm.
and oppression from the colonizers. And there are little, like, she sort of she tries to keep the politics actually quite light,
Mm-hmm.
for this whole conversation, but things creep in just because of how life is, right? About,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Mm-hmm.
who has been arrested, who hasn't, how justice systems are going, and but she does try to keep it mostly outside of the really big politics, but just about sort of home.
Yeah.
And then she would ask you, well, do you speak to your family? They must not be happy with what you're doing.
Let's just say we have different paths that we have taken in life, and that has left it so that I've not had the opportunity to communicate with them as much as I would like.
I'm sorry.
It is the nature of things. I'm sure they're fine. I'm fine. And I know that if anything were to happen to me, or if I ever were in any situation, that they would do whatever it takes to rush over to me and provide me with the assistance I need. So why trouble them unnecessarily, I would think.
You know, Dr. Singh, I
Miss
believe
Roy.
that someone like you could be a hero to bring about a free India. It only
I
takes
am.
one person.
Preetam just looked shocked initially, and then you just see staring at her, and then kind of chuckling, and then kind of looking off to the side, and he goes, "Seems like a lot of people are expecting quite a bit of me beyond what I have ever considered, or what I'm capable of. I'm not
Oh,
sure, or maybe not capable of. You all see in me some things that I don't seem to see. I am but a simple doctor, out here trying to do my job and save as many lives as I can through my hands at this operating table in this clinic.
I'm doing the same.
However, I don't know talks of being a hero or being some sort of a singular entity to bring about change. But I do agree that every person can be the domino that topples the next. So, that being said, I do want to see a free India for sure. That too is my dream. How we go about it, when we come about it, I don't know. But if there's a part that I can play in assisting you in that endeavor, my services are yours.
Come with me to Berlin.
I'm sorry, what?
Come with me to Berlin, January. Come with me. I'm going to meet some dignitaries from India. And I would love for you to come with.
For how long? What for?
Oh, well, I don't have the itinerary yet, but probably sometime sort of middle January. Just to go and meet some great people coming in, and I just think...
That's why I escaped India and my family and my kingdom simply to not meet more dignitaries. I'm not the one to brush up against others and cater to their whims and their little fancies and their egos. As much as I have been placed in that position here, this is not something I really truly am good at.
Dr. Singh, you have something that I do not have. Well, you have many things that I don't have. And one of those things is that, well, you have a name. You have a title. Well, and also you're a man. People will listen to you. And
so it's not my charming good looks you need, is it?
The charming good looks. That's what I like. I would certainly hope the dignitaries are not as bowled over by your charming good looks as I am.
Please.
I just want you to think about it. I believe that you have a great future ahead of you, that one is probably quite different than your parents could ever imagine, because I know that within a few years...
He kind of just looks at his clinic and basically like is implying, I'm pretty sure I'm already at that point.
I believe in you. I believe that there's a possibility for you and I to see a very different India in 5 years.
I think at that point, Preetam kind of just, he's actually a little annoyed in the sense of, he looks at her and he kind of just, everybody seems to be saying this, but we've met 10 days ago, once at a party.
Yes.
Miss Roy, you don't even know me. Nor does anybody else in the city, for that matter. I've not even had the chance to establish anything here. I've not had the chance to do anything at all. And yet people keep coming to me as if though they expect something, as if they know me. And I'm not, I mean no disrespect, of course. It's just...
Dr. Singh, do you know what I know?
Please enlighten me.
I know that you're a man who helped someone and gave respect to a body that was dead on the streets just the other night. People in the village, people here in the neighborhood are talking. I know that you're a man who speaks passionately. I listened to you on the radio. It was amazing. The way you speak, you moved me, and you certainly moved others. People in this city are talking about the way you have with words, the passion in your voice. I know that you seem to be on the scene. You faced danger. There was some sort of assassination attempt. I read about it in the papers, and you were there, and you faced down that danger, and, well, you're fairly remarkable, I think. Maybe you don't think that you're remarkable, but I do.
Well, thank you for believing me in that way. Can I have some time to think about it?
Of course. Well, you have certainly a few hours not to think about it, because we do have a film to get to.
You haven't even told me what film it is.
I don't care.
Fair enough. And then you just see him get up and stretch a hand out to lift, help her sit up as well. Would you mind if I keep the leftovers?
Oh, of course. Of course. Listen, my fellow students don't always appreciate the food that I've made, so I'm glad that I can spice it the way I actually like.
People don't have tastes.
I know.
What was the point of even taking over the capital of spice if you're not even going to?
I
know.
know.
Not even going to do that.
Well, it's embarrassing.
Wasted resources.
Indeed. And she sort of links her arm in yours as you walk off.
You see him kind of hesitate a little, like he's not used to this much attention.
She's a bit
from
bold,
women,
right?
Yes.
She's got a little bit of a boldness about her.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, like the way it's going, like she's literally dragging, like not dragging, but like she's at a faster pace, and he's just trying to keep up.
Yeah. And she clearly sees in you someone who's strong, but she does not frame herself as weak. Right? She's like, I know what I'm doing. You're going to come with me, right? And there is that sort of sense about her. And
I would like to ask something of you.
Yes.
Because, okay, so this is, I don't know if I can mark it as selfish or not even selfish, but more of every character I make has an aspect of me in them. And just like KP, I feel Preetam, being who he is, gravitates towards strong women.
Yeah.
He saw it in his mother,
yeah,
who is the queen of a kingdom, and how she handles herself.
Absolutely.
She's seen it in Regina and in his teammates. And he respects that about them, and something about that attracts him. So I believe there's a difference between being enthralled by someone and having sexual feelings about them or sexual attraction to someone, and genuinely falling in love for the first time, and falling in love at first sight. So with that being said, could I see or use this moment to counter his enthrallment against Nicoletta? In the sense of he is, especially at this moment, she is not in his mind.
I will tell you what you can have. You can have a role. Because your enthrallment is not in recovery.
Yeah.
And it will not go in recovery at the end of this episode because it happened this episode. You'll have to either make that roll, but I will take your request as a request for her to make a rapport roll to see if she can get you in recovery.
Okay. So that being said, where did Preetam go? There it is. Okay.
If you would like, she will roll rapport because it is easier
her action on me.
Yes, it is easier for her to roll it than for you to roll it. She needs to roll a 6. You need to roll an 8. If you heal yourself, it's 2 more. And this is a severe consequence, which is a difficulty 6 normally. If you try to do it yourself, try to get over this yourself, that's an 8. But for her, it's only a 6.
Okay.
And so
I'll leave it to her.
She will roll. And I'm going to tell you something. When she rolls her rapport, this will tell you something a little bit about her. She rolls a 6, which is what she needs to put your enthrallment in recovery. It will still take 2 months to clear. Those feelings for her are there, but because it's in recovery, you can rename it from enthrallment to something slightly different.
Interest, perhaps, or...
Because once a thing goes into recovery, you get to rename it, which I think is lovely. Maybe something like there's like a desire to protect, right? So that kind of like, so like the feelings shift a little bit.
It's not so much in that sexual nature or romantic nature of any sort. It's purely I'm a good person and I don't want to see people hurt around me, especially when they come to me asking for protection, if I can help it.
Yeah. So let's put that in recovery and let's rename it Protector of Nicoletta, as opposed to Enthralled with Nicoletta. As she has her arm linked in yours and you head towards a cinema with the Eiffel Tower in the background in the City of Light, with all the lights off because it is what is safe. And that, my friends, is the end of our episode. Aww. Yay. Nicoletta's still around. But
fuck her.
You know, she's got a great sob story.
Yeah. So do many her type.
Yeah. You know how you got that partial success, right, on that Discover action about the bruise, remember?
Yeah.
If you had a full success, you would have been able to figure out who probably did that to her.
I figured, but...
But that's the one thing you didn't get. But chat knows. Chat knows who did it.
I could figure. As KP, I figured.
KP knows. KP knows who did it too.
KP understands.
Yeah.
The drama queen that she is.
Yes, indeed. She's like, this'll hurt me enough, but it won't mar me because I don't want that. So, KP. First off, you get a breakthrough, and you're going to get a new stunt, and you were wonderful, and that was great. And
thank you. That was absolutely fantastic.
Good thing
that was
you
everything
conceded.
I could have possibly asked for and more, honestly speaking. Like, genuinely, I was not... It hit all of the buttons that I wanted as a player and more, and I can't win.
I'm going to give you props in a second. But I'll let you go first. So tell everybody who you are, where we can find you next, and if you would, give like a something... Well, I suppose you could say two things. One, what does Preetam want right now? By the way, you send a letter off to your family. I know it. It's there. What does Preetam want at this moment? What does Preetam want to know? What do you want to know? And give a moment of love to something that happened today.
Okay, so hello everyone. If you already don't know, I'm KP. Also go by KP11 Studios on all your social medias, on Instagram, on Twitter. I am a photog of, I do portraits, cosplay photography. I get the privilege of playing games on various channels like this amazing one with amazing people like Trooper and Dot and Greg and Lindy, and just experiencing stories and telling stories here every Friday, as you can see, as well as for a little while longer, I'll be on Cobalt Press's channel on Sundays at 1 p.m. Pacific time. Also a game I get to play with Dot, as well as Bree Zelda, and Noir is our DM, and it's set in their world of Midgard. I get to play a raven folk named Shani, who's based off of a god of similar name. So I get to, enact my culture there, which is also a lot of fun. Outside of that, you can catch me on Twitter most of the time. I am there a little too much for my own health, but I enjoy it. And so I'm pretty good about responding to people. So if you ever want to get in touch with me and just chatting away with me, you'll find me there. Yeah, that's yeah.
So
and then yes. So what were the two questions? So one what
does Preetam want to know? What do you want to know?
Okay, so I believe Preetam's goal right now, outside of going on this date, because it's a date.
It is a date. She asked you a date. It's absolutely
a date.
It's absolutely a date. She did.
Yep. I was gonna be like, Preetam asked her, "Are you asking me on a date?" But then I was like, "No, Preetam's too dense. He wouldn't get that. He wouldn't not understand what's happening." At least I'm a little one up above him, so I'm happy about that. I'm not that clueless yet, maybe. It's been a while. But so I think for him, it's definitely getting this safe haven up and
Yeah.
running.
Yeah.
I think that's his new goal. He now has a clinic where he can use the supplies to help people, and now realizes
and undermine them.
action. Exactly. Like he now realizes he has a little bit more power than he thought he did. Obviously, the other responsibility he's taken on is to continue supporting the underprivileged, especially the workers at the brothel and anybody else in that aspect. But now I think his big passion project is getting the safe haven running and using it in a way to kind of bringing out certain needed supplies. So already he has on this side, he has medical stuff that he can now use and leverage to treat people. But he sees that they are, famished and don't have resources. So hopefully using this to kind of funnel some resources like food and shelter and clothing and things like that away from, Nazi hands into a bit more in that sense. And then on top of that, I think that's the big thing. As far as KP is concerned, I'm just enjoying the ride, man. Like, I'm very, very just curious to see where all these different threads go. I'm genuinely excited the next time we all get to play together to kind of see the repercussions of all of our actions coming together.
Next week.
Because obviously with Greg's one shot, we had certain things that brought the Nazis down. With my one shot, we brought brought them down. We've had Lindsay's was at the very beginning, so she won't be having another.
Yeah, it was her. She was first. And
so she was first, and so the only one left is Dot. So I'm very curious to see how all of this kind of culminates closer to that, and what she does with that. So I'm just very excited to see how this story goes. Like it's been a blast.
So good. I'm troopersjp, and I was gymming, and today's Friday. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. you can find me over at Unexpected Productions for an improv show, and then Sunday at 4 p.m. at Table Story you can find me in Faint Dawn, a Blades in the Dark campaign. No Blue Rose Sunday night, but Wednesday you can find me for Witcher, and at Praxigor, that's Mephoria's channel, 8 p.m. And I am going to give a couple bits of love. The Prince did a number of very important things that are super big today. Like, did I give you a little bit of torture? Absolutely. Because some people have agendas. Nicoletta has an agenda. Many of the things that she said was true. Not all the things she said were true, but that's okay. But I want to say something about our young Prince SOE agent. You gathered some very important information, some good intel that is not out yet about what's happening on the Eastern Front, because that hasn't really come out much. And so you gathered that intel, and you very subtly, without it coming back to you, have done bad things to the SS in a way that is super subtle, and I honor and give you much props to that faction action, just like a little like, oh, hey, yeah, I can do that. And using your medical knowledge to just do that undermining. Perfect. So good. And I cannot wait to see what you all are going to do next and how this moment, because, you're going to have to make a report. It's going to have to be sent back in. But you're doing really, like, our Prince is doing very, very... Oh, yes, and Rissa points out, you've at least half-turned Elias's spy. You found out that he had a spy, and you got, like, you have done... This session was like some hardcore espionage and real good stuff, and I cannot wait to see how that's all going to play out, because Oscar has made some really bad things, has poked the bear, but also has started the reparation with the communists. I mean, Elodie's going to be a problem, but already the movie's beginning to sort of try to bring in a group of people who have a lot of guns and are willing to do some frontline assaults, perhaps back into the fold of friendship. And I'm really excited to see what you're all going to do with all of that. We have 10 more episodes. 9 or 10, depending on what we do on the 26th of November. And I am so excited to find out what you're all going to do. Like, I have no idea. And I'm so excited because I feel like you're all going to just kick butt, take names.
Yes. I did have a quick question. Would any of the Communist Party be a part of my clientele?
They probably would not come to you at this point because at this point, not yet, although you've started laying some groundwork, right? Because at the moment, your clinic is fairly high tech. It's fairly obviously funded from German friendship. So communists are not going to want to come to your clinic at this moment. That's why you have a lot of soldiers and that's sort of wealthier people. You'll probably get like some French people who have money will probably come to your clinic. Especially people who are like, I can imagine a number of like French women who would come to your clinic. People who are a bit more influential, have a bit more money, especially sort of upper class French folks will probably come to your clinic. Germans will come to your clinic because your clinic at the moment, you're a famous collaborator right now is what it is. Like, you're a famous collaborator. You're like a voice for collaboration, which means communists at this moment are not coming to your clinic, but you're beginning to lay the groundwork. What you've done with Jean-Christophe is beginning it. So at the moment you have this clientele, but we will see what your clientele will become. And I'm interested about that quite a lot. And then what you're going to do with it. Yeah. Oh, if I may, I want to thank most of you all for staying with us after our power outage. Thank you, because that power outage was like, what? So thank you for being here. And I want to give some love. I want to read out our bit donations. Rissa, I see you. Rissa donated 500 bits, and I know exactly when this happened. The message is, because saying no is a good thing. It's fine. It's fine. And then Rissa also gave 200 bits for the gratuitous background music, which was one of my favorite parts of the entire episode. Just
I love you, Trooper, but you deserve this.
I totally did. I know it. And then 100 bits from Willen, who's our chronicler and also checker of French spelling, who says, so many great scenes for Preetam with awesome NPCs, and heart for Jean-Christophe. Thanks, Trooper and KP. Thank you, Willen. And Willen, as the keeper of the recaps, which we're going to sort of be putting online at some time once we get some free time, has been an ace. I was like, thank you, Willen. What was the name of that one person? He's like, give me 1 second. And then he messaged me the name, and I was like, thank you. And so thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for supporting. Love to everyone. And I want to thank especially all of our Patreons, all the people who have given tips and bits, everybody who has been here and watched us and commented in Discord or here live, people who have been commenting on YouTube. Thank you all for being here and supporting the show, because I think it is beautiful. And it was perfect. So thank you so much. Take care of yourselves, and we will catch you all on the flip side. Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone. Be safe.
Be safe.